Very good morning, everyone. Stay put. We shall start in a few minutes' time. We are still waiting for some of our, I would say, important person to be with us. So stay put and enjoy your breakfast. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning from Malaysia. Good day, good night, and to everyone, especially the participants of the international webinar on higher education leadership with the theme Future Education with a Soul from today, 14 September, until tomorrow, 15 September 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, basically this is one of the webinar series under the flagship of Higher Education Leadership organized by Management Services Division, MSD, IIUM, in collaboration with IIUM Rector's Office. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that the higher education leadership is becoming one of the top priorities agenda for most of the developing and developed countries in which it serves as an engine to drive the economy through the new ventures and businesses creation. And in Malaysia, strengthening talent excellence among the educators, researchers, entrepreneurs, as well as other walk of life has been one of the major initiatives set by the government. Thus, IIUM, under the leadership of Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, with the team from MSD, led by Datuk Haji Abdul Rahim Ahmad, the Executive Director, head up together the stakeholders of this initiative on a webinar to put today on the webinar for 2 days webinar to put their mind together and share their knowledge, skills, and expertise. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, I can see from the screen more than 200 participants on all online platform provided by the organizer, and we are happy if you could share on our YouTube channel link with the rest so that to benefit more of them. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to again announce and mention that we are broadcasted from the International Islamic University Malaysia Gombak campus in Kuala Lumpur. And yes, we are away by as close as just a room next door, and at the same time, thousands of kilometers away, but we are reachable just by a link of this webinar to listen to our distinguished speakers who are with us on this first day. And we are also glad to welcome Ms. Woon Jung Byun, Senior Project Officer, Section of Education for Sustainable Development, ESD of UNESCO, and Professor Catherine Odora Hoppers, Professor Extraordinarius, University of South Africa, founder and director of Global Institute of Applied Governance and Science, Knowledge Systems and Innovation, Uganda. Welcome all. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now, just stay put and let us now get started. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now listen to the Quranic recitation by Al-Fadil Ustad Idrus bin Mustaqim, Senior Religious Assistant from the IIUM Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque, to mark our 2 days webinar on International Webinar on Higher Education Leadership with the theme Future Education with the Soul. Tafadhal, Ustaz.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا تناجيتم فلا تتناجوا بالإثم والعدوان ومعصية الرسول وتناجوا بالبر والتقوى واتقوا الله الذي إليه تحشرون. إنما النجوى من الشيطان ليحزن الذين آمنوا وليس بضارهم شيئا إلا بإذن الله وعلى الله فليتوكل المؤمنون. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah, Ustaz. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful to have the presence of Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, the President of IIM, who is going to deliver his welcoming remarks to us all. Datuk, over to you.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulihi al-amin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Respected Madam MC, Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University, Malaysia, Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors of Universities, IUM University Management Committee, Executive Directors and Registrars, Honorable Speakers, learned audience, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. My fellow speakers and participants, it is with great pleasure and honor for me to be here with you today to deliver the welcoming remarks for the international webinar on higher education leadership, futures of education with a soul. I wish to convey my congratulations to the Management Services Division, IIUM, for organizing this virtual event. The COVID-19 pandemic has pushed higher learning institutions to look out for the best way on shaping the futures of education. Hence, IIUM is taking a leap forward in alignment with UNESCO's initiative of Futures of Education, which aim to rethink and reshape education in the future. It is meant to encourage sharing and discussion on teachings and learning in the world of uncertainty. Being an Islamic university, IUM is keen to push on the agenda of integrating all aspects of knowledge, be them divine or human, be them soft or hard sciences. Leveraging on the maqasid al-Sharia, the very high objective of the Sharia, IUM believes in preserving one's faith to emphasize ethics, morality, and social responsibility. Subsequently, we are fully committed to sustainable development goal through education, research, and innovation. In addition to transformative education, IUM wishes to embed the values and the soul into it. We wish to lead the way as to let others pursue this meaningful move, not to be constrained by rankings and quantities. This is when the concept of learning to become shall serve as one of philosophy of education and lifelong learning. The two-day webinar on higher education leadership shall discuss on the new perspective of leadership in the higher education and education itself to acknowledge the future's concept in the plural with the diverse needs and inclusivity around the world. As mentioned by UNESCO, I quote, rather than attempting to chart a single future, looking at futures in the plural validates multiple possible and desirable futures of humanity on our shared planet, unquote. We are fortunate that we are able to gather prominent speakers to discuss building futures post-pandemic, addressing the economy, education, governance, sustainable development, knowledge management, responsible research, among other themes and issues. We would also be joined by the key figures in Malaysia's higher education, discussing the Sejahtera concept in higher education institution inspired by the concept of Sejahtera, derived from the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan or the national education philosophy, and how it can be implemented in a value-based education ecosystem to meet the social challenges of a world that is increasingly dominated by conflict and diminishing material resources. I think on this auspicious event and very important and timely session discussing about the future, I am very excited and I look forward to having a very structured, insightful, objective, honest, and perhaps a bit more data-driven kind of analysis and insights into all the issues that we are facing and we are going to face in the near future. Looking at the themes and the issues which have been selected to be discussed on the center stage of this seminar, I am more excited to see the outcome of this important event. As we are discussing about the futurists instead of the nostalgic mindset, I think this is a very interesting move. Many of our stakeholders and educationists are included. We are still strapped in the old stock of knowledge. We are still strapped in the nostalgic feelings of doing things. And that will not add any value as we move on, because the life of human and humanity itself is very robust, dynamic, and ever-changing. So the futures of education, or the theme of the futures of education, is very, very relevant, and it resonates well with the hope of the people on the street, not to mention the aftermath of the pandemics of COVID-19. I'm also attracted to see how could we bring the element of soul in the whole discussion, in the entire discussion of curriculum design, the delivery of information and education knowledge to our student, and the assessment after that, and the whole environment to bring back the soul-based or the soul-driven education into our higher learning institution. Of course, we wanted to see the impacts on this soul-based education on our student and our lecturers alike at the same time. In the past, when I was still with the academics, with the university, I always talk about the soulless student, because I observed during my tenure as Deputy Director of Student Affairs, I tend to describe them, not all of them, but most, if not many, if not most of them, they are very much soulless or soulless. So basically, they don't have the soul to carry when they live and study in the university. So perhaps the soul-driven education will bring a new hope to make our students having back the soul of personality, seeking knowledge, to create new idea, new theory, and to challenge the existing knowledge for a betterment of the world management. This is something I would like to congratulate the university and of the organizing committee for making a daring step to bring on the center stage the idea of soul education with a soul. it's not that it's not going to be easy, but this is something that we need to focus on. There's no other option, because education and humanity, education and soul are two inseparable things as we talk about the very meaning of education. We would like to feed the mind and to feed the soul of a human being. And we're going to have a paper presentation on the human governance, which is another interesting topic. We have the corporate governance, we have the corporate liability, we have this stakeholders governance and liability, but we rarely talk about human governance and human liability at the end of the day. So the human governance in Islamic perspective will be the most important governance. And you can see that even in the international level, bit by bit, the meaning of governance, the meaning of fiduciary relationship and fiduciary duty are moving a bit from the corporate brick and mortar to something which is fluid, which is human themselves at the end of the day. As much as we wanted to control how the board of directors behave in the boardroom, as much as we wanted to govern the senior and the middle management of the company in the corporate affairs and dealing, by putting all the SOPs and putting all the standard operating procedures and the framework, we can't control them. As much as I wanted to see that, because at the end of the day, the best controller will be the human themselves. Even having the good human governance will not solve everything. We need to complement human governance with ecosystem governance, where we have the auditors, the internal, external, and we have the checker and the balance provider and whatnot. So this is how we need to look into education. We have to have human governance as well as the other side of governance to complement. One cannot speak for the rest, and one cannot work without the other component of governance. And of course, our favorite topic in this university that has been brought forward by our Honorable Rector, that is the Sustainable Development Goal. And we have a number of speakers with many interesting topics to discuss, and we look forward to see how could we make SDG more aligned to the education, because as much as I wanted to fight all SDGs, I don't think we can. I don't think we can, because it's too wide and too diverse, so to speak. So we need to focus on how the intellectual, the academia, and the research activities conducted in the campus or within the campus will be able to, to leave the fingerprint of impact on the SDG as far as the education is concerned in fighting the poverty, in fighting the technology to create more sustainable power, more affordable, drinkable water, and so on and so forth. So this is something we need to look for. And, or the issue of green and grain movement, we need to be, as a person involved in both world academia and the corporate world, I tend to balance between the two, because on one side, we tend to give our own preference for green movement, for example. We protect the green all the way without looking into the need to supply the grain, the food supply in the society. We need to have more technology and more agriculture development, because the population has increased and the need of many good food, protein-wise and carbo-wise, to be increased. And we need to do more research on genome and the fertilizer and the soil and the mineral, the weather, climates, using big data and whatnot. So this is the challenge at the end of the day. It's easy said than done, basically, when we talk about SDG, because we need to follow through the supply chain to make it happen. And we have another session on new economic model for collaboration post-pandemic. And the word collaboration is a key word at the end of the day. Working in silo is over by now. I don't think any university can work in silo. We have to work with everyone, big or small university, government or private. They're very many working together, very much Islamic in nature. وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى. Work among you on matters which are righteous and good in character. So this is the very meaning of collaboration. The new jurisprudence of collaboration is needed. Of course, the topic has been biased to economic, but it can be expanded to other field of life. And knowledge management, this is something I have, it's my session at the end of the day. I would like to focus on the personalized solution, because I started to believe that the old model of education, mass education, which focus on one solution fits all, is no longer relevant in modern time. We need to move on using the technology to make our education offering personalized to the respective student group, in fact, for individual student in the classroom, because everyone needs to be addressed personally, and especially that suit his data, his profiling, and his weakness and his strength at the end of the day. The personalized solution is happening everywhere in this world. Transportation, sport, hobby, shopping, career. People can choose from one job to another that suit his character. The only thing that we have not done is education. We are still talking about the mass and big group of students, and we thought the lecturer can solve all the problem in one way or another. This is something that I like to argue later on in my presentation in the afternoon. And we have the Forum on Future Leadership in Education. I think with that kind of synopsis, I would like to end my presentation. I would like to again wish everyone a very meaningful and successful event in this two-day webinar session. I would like to congratulate the organizer, the MSD of IIUM. I would like to offer and put on record my profound gratitude and thanks to all the speakers who have taken all the problem and challenges to prepare their notes, to share the best of their thought, to impress on the audience on the need to think about the future and to become a futurist thinker and leader, to make education the most impactful sector, to revive the economy, to revive the malaise and the dilemma of the society, corruption-wise, underperformance-wise, and whatnot. And this is the forum that we need to listen to, and we hope all the speakers and of course the audience will be equally excited and equally inspired and motivated to become the game changer moving forward. I think with that, I am wishes that all the participants will be able to appreciate and practice the concept of leadership with soul in running the higher education institution. And I would like to wish you a very fruitful day ahead. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dato'. Well, you mentioned about you mentioned the word soulless just now, and yes, lacking of human feelings and qualities is, I would say, the real issue that we should focus nowadays, especially when the youngsters are so most of them are so fond to the devices. Yeah. So thank you once again, Dato'. Inshallah, we are going to go through all the issues, and we are going to discuss about all that over the period of these 2 days webinar, inshallah. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are now passing over the platform to Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of IIUM. But before that, let me read the brief CV of Tan Sri Zul. All right. Okay. Yang Berbahagia Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak is currently Director of the International Islamic University Malaysia. He was the Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia, USM, from the year 2000 to 2011, and the immediate past President of the International Association of Universities, IAU, a UNESCO-affiliated organization based in Paris. He was the convener of the Regional Center for Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development based in USM, beginning 2005. In 2017, Tan Sri Zul was awarded the prestigious 2017 Gilbert Medal by Universitas 21 in recognition of his long-term commitment to a sustainable approach to international higher education. This morning, Tan Sri Zul will speak on human governance, a new paradigm for sustainability. Over to you, Tan Sri.
Thank you very much, Saridat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Yang berbahagia Presiden Dato' Daud Bakar, thanks for the welcoming remarks and also the high expectation. You make me a little bit nervous today when you focus on human governance, which I'm going to talk to you about in a moment. I also like to acknowledge the invited speakers who have given their commitment to make this seminar a useful and a meaningful one, with an international collaboration at a very high dimension, including UNESCO, including the various other organizations, IAU in particular. I would like to acknowledge IAU, who is celebrating their 70th anniversary, and Dr. Hilich, the Secretary General, who is allowing us to also organize this in conjunction of the 70th anniversary. And hopefully by the end of tomorrow, we will launch the book that is published by IAU, The Promise of Higher Education moving forward. I would like to acknowledge everybody else who is organizing this. We were somehow at a crossroad whether to go ahead with this seminar or not, but we decided that it is important enough for us to launch so that it can also be embedded within the larger discussion of UNESCO, the futures of education, that looks at all the other contributions that is given by different parts of the world. And we hope this is one contribution that we can give distinctively into the final sort of makeup of what the report for futures of education is about. Yeah. On that note, I also would like to acknowledge EMAP in particular, who organizes the futures of education. And this is where I think we have sort of put in the idea of education with a soul based on the work that we do in this university. That is our own framework that we talk about the soul a lot more and see how we can share this internationally. And this session today is designed to explore a little bit more of what this soul means, as the President said, and how we can actually slowly embed this idea of spirituality, intangibility into education, which is very structured, very industrial-like, and also very rigid in its dimension. So my task today is basically to introduce this idea of human governance in the context of what else can we do in trying to make education relevant to the future, right? So the title that was given to me, Human Governance, a New Paradigm for Sustainability, I add in the word with a soul so that we can differentiate human governance the way it is understood today with the idea of a soul being inserted in it, and that probably make the difference. Yeah. So my presentation, for the first time, I think I'm using the word soul quite directly in trying to put another dimension on governance and human governance in particular, and also related to sustainability, which in a way is also part of this governance issue that we're facing today. My presentation today is also together with my cousin, which for the first time, I'm trying to articulate a dimension, although it's human, but also including the non-human at the same time when we talk about sustainability. I think when we talk about governance, it's something that everybody has discussed. The governance is about self-organization, it's about resource exchange, it's about autonomy, it's about how to play the rule of the game so that everybody can benefit in a very transparent way, right? And the question of legitimacy, accountability, competency, respect of law and human rights are all this idea of governance being put together. But as the President said, most of us will understand governance in its corporate sort of entity. the question of accountability, transparency, responsibility, fairness. These are part and parcel of what people generally understand what governance is all about, including in universities. I think universities tend, at least in Malaysia, tend to talk about governance in the corporate sense rather than in the educational sense. Yeah. So I am also very struck when we talk about governance, the representation is always pillars and buildings, which give me an impression that is something organizational, something that is quite rigid, and something that is shared between many organizations. Yeah? So when I read this summary of what good governance and human rights and how do they differ, it is quite distinctively mentioned. One is about policy and practice, whereas the others is within the ambit of an international law. One is focus on institution and hence the structures that we see. The other one is focus on people, right? Rather than just the building and and the apparatus around it. It is about the people, the living human being themselves. One is maybe tied up to national policies and experience. The other one is global, universal in its nature. And hence, I think when you talk about people, we want to talk about the universality, the humanity part of it, where it is very common for everybody to be together in that particular context. And one is, of course, indivisible. The other one depends on the context that we are talking about. Yeah. So when I talk about human governance, I tend to go into the dimension of the human rights, that we talk about human being as one entity that can work together for the survival of the species, as it were, beyond just national boundaries or institutional boundaries, rather taking a very universal sort of approach, which in many ways could be indivisible because we share very much this common entity among us as human beings, right? There's the other dimension of human governance that has been talked about, and that entity is basically about, again, the organizational part has been described here, the question of disclosure, transparency, meaning, essence. All these, I think, could be related to the corporate governance or the global governance, and that we mentioned. Yeah. I just want to take also this opportunity to mention that there is a specific educational governance has been advocated by UNESCO under the International Bureau of Education that speaks about 8 dimensions that I think it is important for the university to operate. Principally, I think the question of broad-based participation, which is autonomy, which is consultation, which is consensus building as much as possible, although the rest sounds to be similar to many other ideas of governance, be it corporate or otherwise. The other idea is a question of equity and inclusiveness. These are all terminologies, these are all ideas which has now come into focus when we talk about the pandemic and how we're going to solve this issue of the pandemic using governance as one of the platforms. So the question I'm going to start with, why human governance with a soul? The easy answer is basically been documented over the past 5,000 years. Human activities, our activity, has reduced the total amount of life on Earth to less than half of what it was throughout the preceding 500,000 years. In other words, we are quite toxic in our existence. Rather than increasing diversity, making everybody share the earth, we tend to reduce the numbers of people, including animals, including plants, including the human species itself. And COVID-19 perhaps is another indication that how we have failed to actually live together and prosper together. There's a lot of dimensions that is divisive. There's a lot of dimension that is discriminative. The Black Lives Matter, I think, is an issue that I think has now come to fore, and how we actually are not celebrating life as it is over the humanity and sort of entity across the world. And this is a way we are going to move forward. People are already talking about the 6th massive extinction, which is now already on the roll, that many more species will die, including the human species itself, if you are not sure. So the the word soul, I think, is a kind of a demarcation that we need to stop and think and see whether this governance, including the human governance, understood the way I described it earlier, without the soul or the soulless human governance, could actually sustain us moving forward. So using that indication, there are other evidences that comes out. There is one from IPCC that talks about human influence on climate change is clear. And he says we have a means to limit climate change and build a more prosperous, sustainable future if only we know how to actually work together. I think this is a statement that has a lot of weight, being the winner of the Nobel Prize. Question of human influence over its own environment, its own ecological structure is something now in question, and there is no doubt anymore that we are also part and parcel of this problem that we're facing today, and perhaps in the future, if there is no change in that. The diagrammatic way of looking at it is the same thing. If one you look at without human interference, the natural greenhouse effect, that in a way sustain the earth without global warming, because heats are allowed to escape and the balance is maintained almost naturally. But the moment human interference comes in, we bring a lot more greenhouse gases that somehow are trapped them within the earth. And therefore, the amount of heat that escapes from the earth is not very much. It tends to be, consolidated over the earth, and hence this whole idea of global warming, climate change. Again, we are responsible for this. The human activities are responsible for this, and there's no second explanation to this. And therefore, we need to address what the human beings are doing in the context of governance, which I hope I will do shortly. Right? And finally, I think if we don't do this right, we will move from what we call the Holocene approach, which was there more than 10,000 years ago. That is a case where the ambient is actually very amicable to human being building its own civilization. For the last 10,000 years or more, we have been building this civilization, and we have arrived at the point we are now. But unfortunately, because of our activities that have exceeded what we are supposed to do, now we are getting into another approach, which is generally called the Anthropocene. And the Anthropocene talks about a very different kind of world, a very different kind of environment, a very different kind of life, because the changes is going around us in terms of climate, in terms of ecology, and in terms of environment. World destroys civilization. Will not build civilization, will destroy civilization. And indeed, this is happening day by day in a very minute way, particularly now when we talk about the increase of temperature beyond 2 degrees centigrade, where it becomes irreversible and life on Earth will not be inhabitable anymore the way we understand it relative to what it was before. So this will be the consequence if human beings are not prepared to change their ways of life, and more importantly, in the context of human governance with soul, to introspectively look into themselves rather than just outside themselves and trying to change the world outside without even looking at who they are and how they can also modulate their internal world before we go in. Right? Now, these are data that shows. When we go into the Anthropocene, we will go into what we call the acceleration, which is marked at the 1950. 1950, where we see everything is going into a kind of an exponential growth. As you can see from 1750, which is the time when the first industrial revolution was started in Europe, right down until perhaps 1950, which is almost, I think, the beginning of the third industrial revolution. Everything seems to be fairly flat, fairly linear in a particular sense, and the takeoff comes in 1950, and all these things that is marked in blue are something that is now seen as exponential growth. The temperature, the population, the CO2 emission, the GMP, the loss of forest, water use, species, paper use, motor vehicle, fisheries, foreign investment, ozone depletion. These are something that's happening around us, but we are not very much aware because we are not seeing this in the context that we are supposed to see. And most, I think, education system do not even care to talk about this. We keep on talking about exponential growth in terms of GDP, and that seems to be good, and therefore we all go on pursuing it and talking about one industrial revolution over the other, and now we are landing up into the fourth industrial revolution. So these are consequences that will take us to Anthropocene if we cannot reverse it, and indeed it is quite impossible to reverse this even within generation to come. So this is a stick-off point that we need to now think: how do we to govern the earth, and basically how do we govern ourselves first before we even talk about governing the earth and the atmosphere as such. Yeah, you may see this diagram and think that so what it is all about. I just want to show you some demonstration in a kind of a live situation. When we talk about 1750, the first industrial revolution, when we celebrate, the first steam engine, yes, of course, it is something which is good. Transportation is increased, economic activities become more vibrant, but we forgot to mention about the smokes that each of these trains sort of spew out. All right. Imagine there are thousands of these trains, and these are kind of fumes that is spew out by the machines that we've just invented for our own good. We fail to mention that this finally will destroy us in the context of pollution, right? And if that is not enough, we go into the second industrial revolution. There are more smokes coming out not only from engines, but also from the machines that we build, from the industry that we build. And the whole notion of pollution was very, infant at that particular point. We thought this smoke will go away after a while, but sad to say, it does not. It stays here with us until today. 300 years ago, this smoke is still within ourselves, and we are still trying to make amends of it. And worse still, I think it brings out with all sorts of toxics. Elements, the arsenic, the formaldehyde, dioxin, the furans, and all those things are now part and parcel of our daily living. Still, we are not aware because we don't see this the way we don't see coronavirus today, and we think life is perfect because everything is it's good, everything is done well. Life is very comfortable, is well organized, not like before when we have to work a little bit harder to get what we need. But at the same time, people are dying, but it is not an important issue. Because I think everybody thought that wealth is more important than just life, particularly life in the third world, particularly life on people who do not matter. Therefore, things goes on the way it is. So there is a realization. Therefore, now we begin to develop industry which is quote unquote clean. All right, and this is a new kind of mass production that is now marking the third industrial revolution. It is clean. Right, at least cleaner than what it used to be. But look at the kind of activities we do. And when the president talked about the education system of today, and this is indeed the education system of today. The guys in white could be us, the lecturers, the professors, and what is being churned out our students in a very, very kind of rigid and a form that has no diversity, right? We call them human capital, part of the product of the system. And this human capital is supposed to work for more industries that looks something like this, right? And all of this, I think we talked about it as a celebration that we are successful. Of course, in one sense, we are successful materially, but we are not that successful because we begin to see people talking about or responding into a kind of a social revolution. So you see a lot of ideologies, capitalism, Marxism, socialism coming in to somehow or other modulate the system. Some of the religious activities are also in trying to modulate the system. And there are books written on it. I think there is by one which is good by Joseph Stiglitz, the Nobel Prize winner for economics, that talks about people, power, and profit. Yeah, and if I just want to remind you, this whole people, power, and profit is still now the discussion of today when we talk about the vaccines. Right? I think the British Medical Journals has just produced an editorial on the issue of on the 16th of August, I think, that talks exactly about this: the question of power, people and profit vis-a-vis vaccine nationalism, vaccine appetite, and all these, I think, are still the culmination of what we call the Industrial Revolution of today that has not been resolved. And ultimately, people are demanding power to the people so the people can decide. Government seems to have failed, industry seems to have failed, and now we need to rely on ourselves. And these are the human governance that we are going to talk about moving forward into the next revolution, which is the fourth industrial revolution. In Malaysia, I'm not too sure elsewhere, the fourth industrial revolution seems to be the panacea of tomorrow. Right? We think the fourth industrial revolution will solve the issue of tomorrow, but many of us see the fourth industrial revolution as a package on its own. We do not relate to the first industrial revolution. We do not relate to the second industrial revolution. We do not relate to the third industrial revolution. We thought these are separate episodes that could be separated. But we are mistaken, because all the pollution of yesterday, all the the activities of yesterday, including the negative activities, mainly the negative activities, the discrimination, the exploitation, and all the things that we've seen are still with us. Yeah, I'll just talk about the vaccine, where exploitation comes in very, very easily, and I think it's well documented. Yeah, the separation between the developed and the developing countries, the industry and the government, all these, I think, are still playing the same game today, but we think this is quite separate, but it is actually no. So we are going to live in the fourth revolution in the context of the first three revolutions, right? So we're just going to add, or whether we're going to solve the problem, I do not know, but certainly this is one reaction that we're going to see, that people are going to react. I think the vaccines will bring a number of ideas of how we can control and react and make our life better moving forward, right? The fourth industrial revolution see other issues which have not been expected, and one is, of course, the question of divisions of wealth and so on and so forth. Yeah, you can see the division of wealth between the few, maybe less than 10 people who own 50% of the world assets, compared to the billions of people who are now suffering under this COVID pandemic. All right, and I like to quote Bill Gates when he was younger, and he talks that if you go back to everybody was poor, I mean everybody, he said, the Industrial Revolution kicked in and a lot of countries benefited, but by no means everyone. I want to underline that last few words, by no means everyone, because under sustainable development, we talk about no one left behind. Here is a prophet of tomorrow on technology, has already put his stamp, not everybody will benefit. There will be people left behind, and there will be people left behind in the millions, in the billions perhaps, if you look at the way things are going today. So it almost a kind of a wishful thinking when we say there's nobody left behind, particularly in the context of technology. And I think these are the things that we need to revisit, where the technology is really the panacea of tomorrow that ensures that nobody is left behind, or is it, as Bill Gates said, there'll be some people left behind? And I think I'm quite sure that most of you would agree with me, right? Now, suddenly we see more people dying, yeah, in the billions now, and we thought life would have been better, the technology would have saved us, but no, we are not going through a technical disruption, we are going through a biotechnical disruption. And the word bio makes a whole lot of difference, because our life has been organized quite mechanically, that we do not take even into consideration who we are as a human person, biologically endowed with certain other values that we have sort of rather thrown out to the wind, and now we are facing the consequence of that. So this, to my mind, will be the consequence, the overall consequence of the fourth industrial revolution, and I don't know whether we are ready for this, whether we are going to be caught again like we are caught with the pollution, whether we've been caught again in the question of mental health, which is now an issue. Nobody knows what mental health will do moving forward in the post-coronavirus, but certainly there is one issue that we cannot dismiss, because the numbers of people getting into suicide and the many other consequences of mental health will be a part and parcel of the death that we're going to meet right up front in the fourth industrial revolution. Otherwise, like I say, that the 1950 will see the great acceleration, and the great acceleration seems to continue. And these are all the great acceleration that moves up in that exponential way that I described to you earlier, and many more, including the last one, which is a species extinction. And mind you, we are included as a species extinction, right? That I think is the consequence, again, of the so-called great acceleration. Now it's accelerated by high tech, yeah, and there's no way of bringing it down, although now people are talking about slowing it down. I know there's a book called The Slow Professor. I think moving fast is not the solution apparently, but how do you now retard this and bring this to a level that is humanly possible in the context of moving forward. So this will be the reasons, yeah, that I think we need to now look at what governance is all about. Energy consumption after the first industrial revolution, you can see from coal we have moved to oil, from oil we have moved to gas, and to gas from nuclear, and so on and so forth. All these coal, oil, gas are the one that is now adding on to the pollution. And now we are slowly trying to undo this using other sort of renewable energy, but that's very slow in coming. I don't know whether we can save the day by just doing that, right? So in summary, if you talk about the Industrial Revolution per se, I have my own hesitation. And if we talk in the context of Anthropocene, what he has done, I think these two things is some important to us. The expansion of understanding everything in economics logic, right? Everything must have an economic imperative for it. If there's no economic imperative, then it is not done. The pursuit of the fourth industrial revolution is mainly driven by economics, and economics that harms rather than economic that prosper everybody else. Maybe they prosper a couple of people somewhere, but generally, I think we are not the beneficiary of the so-called economic society today. And demography becomes a secondary appendage to the economic growth. Yeah? With the theories of human capital, perhaps, we are just being second fiddle to make sure that the economy is well driven for the benefit of others rather than for the benefit of the human population at its growth. Yeah, from less than 750 billion to almost 2.5 billion, and this is where the explosion of the population coming onto fore. And I think we are anticipating 10 billion population perhaps before the century is over. This will be the kind of variables that we need to think about when we talk about the new phase of governance, the human governance in particular. What people are predicting before the Ice Age comes into play, when we are moving from the Holocene to the Anthropocene, you can see this here. And people are beginning to talk about the earth as a stewardship. Now that nobody owns this. We need to look after the earth together because it's something that is trusted onto us. And if we can divert the kind of growth that we talked about, we could stabilize the earth. All right. But unfortunately, if we do not, with the human emissions, the kind of activity we do, the kind of degradation that we see, we will cross what they call the planetary threshold. We will go into what they call the hothouse Earth, and this is where we will all burn to death, as it were. Right? And we are all moving in that direction. I think with the Paris Agreement and so on and so forth, people are still trying to steer it into a destabilized Earth, but I don't know how possible this is, given the kind of understanding of what this Earth is all about and who benefits from it, rather than the whole entity of where this Earth need to go as far as humankind is concerned. So there you are. The last conclusion. This is a very good slide that shows about we blew it all. You know, there are consequences of all the things that we do from where we were. It looked very green and very kind of inviting to now a kind of a concrete jungle with all the pollution, and the Anthropocene starts somewhere here, right? And these are all the things that we've been using for the last 1,000 years or 5,000 years or so, and all the acceleration that is coming, including our own lifestyle as well. So if I were to make a judgment, I think we are guilty. we as a human person, individually or otherwise, we are guilty of all the things that's happening around us. At least my generation, yeah, in terms of education, we have messed it up. And that's why people like Greta Thunberg and their younger generations, yeah, refuse to believe what we said now. We have broken our promises and they refuse to go to school. They say education is no longer relevant if you cannot even tell me what my future looks like. If you are slow in reacting and bringing back what the future is for them, they are not going to go to school. They demand, in fact, to change the education system. And this is what sustainable development is all about. This is what I think the education with soul is all about. What is the missing link that we need to put in place when we want to talk about the future? At least, yeah, try to minimize some of the guilt that we have created over millions, over thousands of years without understanding what we are getting into. So, to be very more specific about this, if you talk about the climate change and global warming, many research has been done, all on this side here. These are research that has been done that talks about human beings are actually largely the result of all this. And human being as me and you, yeah. Very few research talk about no or little human effect. I think the consensus is that yes, in this front we are guilty again, right? And we are trying to make amends by changing the things outside us, using this whole idea of corporate governance or human governance on an institutional basis, changing laws, changing frameworks, changing policies, you know, changing education system, but not changing ourselves. The same people who are guilty in destroying this earth wants to change everything outside them, but not within themselves. So the balance between what is inside and what is outside, the macro and the micro balance has already been destroyed. Yeah, within us and outside us, there's no longer balance. In other words, human beings are no longer adaptive to their environment, and our environment is no longer in balance with the life that we are looking forward. Yeah, this is what the Anthropocene is all about. Yeah, and this is in our term what Sejahtera is all about. I will not dwell into this. It will take a longer time, but Sejahtera is also no longer there. So this is why when we create the Sejahtera framework, it is basically to bring us back into where we should start. And where we should start is with ourselves, not our environment. It's within ourselves, and this is where the notion of soul becomes important, right? And this has been realized, I think, when I went through the literature and I see Peter Drucker, who is, the father of modern management, and he is quite candid in saying we are becoming aware that the major questions regarding technology, I'm not anti-technology, by the way, yeah, but we need to understand technology from our own perspective as human person. And he said, regarding technology are not technical, but it's a human questions. We are the one that actually modulates, we are the one that creates all these things, and we are the one that is suffering from it, because at the end of the day, we do not understand how to use technology to the benefit of the humankind. Yeah, maybe a few, but for the rest, I think there's a question for us to answer. And therefore, the question of being human, the question of a human being itself becomes the center of the discussion that I want to talk to you about in the next few minutes. Yeah. Out of the consequence, we see the collapse of economy. Yeah, it's very clear now. We see the collapse of ecology. All right, also very clear now. We see the social collapse, this disparity between the have and the have-nots, and there are many of these now being pushed into poverty again, although some are able to elevate this, the pre-COVID environment. Now there are more people are getting into this, yeah. And last but not least, what happened recently, which is really an eye-opener, yeah. Means I can't breathe. I want to use the word I can't breathe, not only in the notion of George Floyd, but a notion of everything else. Yeah. In economy, we cannot breathe. In ecology, we cannot breathe. In the social structure, we cannot breathe. In the governance that we are facing today, we cannot breathe. Yeah. Although we are still alive, but breathing is more difficult now, given the structure that is governing us, given the structure that is imposed on us, given the structure that we actually been supporting all this while, but now has turned around and say, we are not able to support you anymore. And what do? Yeah, we just sit still and just like George Floyd, lose our breath, and there we go. But we still need to fight before we go in this particular context, right? So if we want to talk about the fight, then I think we need to understand who we are as a human being. I think this is one indication of a human being, right? They may be different. The hairstyle now may be different. It could be blue, yeah. It could be green. Yeah, it is about our state of being. But our state of being somehow or other is all contextualized on the outside. It is something that we gather from outside and brought it in, and that makes us human. So we grow by taking things from outside in. And all these things are the tangible things that we can think of, including the clothing that we wear, including the paraphernalia that we own, including the property that we desire for. All these are describing our state of being, as it were. Right? But if you strip all this, at the end of the day, we are the same person. Yeah, strip off the hairstyle, take off the clothing, we are fundamentally the same. Yeah? We've got all the structures are the same. It doesn't matter who we are. We also have a sense of privacy, and that's why I put in the shorts. Yeah, we are not exposed in the nature that we think we are. There are certain things that we keep to ourselves, and this is a private part of our life that we will not want to share, and that is part of the state of our being. Yeah, the inner thing we go. The structure, the more resemblance we see to one another. Your blood vessels and my blood vessels are the same. The fluid that flows into it is the same. They're all red. They are no blue and white in color. Yeah, the heart beats almost in the same way, right? And all this resembles what we are or who we are in the context of being human, right? And that's why we are called human being. We have a be. We need to be. And what is that be is a question that we have not answered because we are so busy manipulating things outside us rather than within our own being, as it were. Right? There's another level, yeah, that is now not easy to see. This is more the diffuse, more the esoteric part of us. But yes, these are the nodules or the nodes, it depends on how you look at it, that relates our body to one another. And in fact, it has been shown that we can relate to one another using this kind of idea of, the esoteric communication between two people, between two communities, and so on and so forth. There is the other part of us that we begin to dismiss, that we begin to think it is not important because it cannot be measured, it cannot be seen, we can't even feel that. Many of us has lost the sensitivity to this part of ourselves as a human person, and therefore it gets neglected. All right, and most of the time, these are the things that makes us a different kind of person. Instead of being, we are becoming. In other words, we are evolving. We are becoming better people if we understand who we are. And the process is not outside in, the process is inside out. We build within ourselves the capacity that we need to build as a human being, and then we reach out to other people. And it makes sense. Before I manage outside, I need to manage what's within us. Yeah? Stephen Covey said this very nicely in his book. Unless you have a private victory, you will never be able to get a public victory. Most of us are attempting the public victory when our private life or private victory is all in a mess. All right. So we talk about intangible values. This is where the soul is coming in, rather than just the tangible values, the thing that we can feel, touch, and see. But there are other things that we can just feel, may not see or touch, but it is there, it is in existence. Because we don't pay too much attention to it, then our drive is basically on the negative sides. Look at the social media, look at the fake values, look at the kind of fight we get with one another. It is all about propaganda, telling other people how bad they are, how better I am. Yeah, and this is how we organize ourselves, using this negative vibes, as it were, and therefore the world is getting into a place that is no longer and inhibitable in the context of being peaceful, in the context of being sejahtera in our terms. Yeah? So we need to change this. We need to bring in the new vibes, the positive vibes. And indeed, these are scientific documentation, which I will not be able to share with you because of time constraint, that we have got our own energy levels. And I think when we live in a positive mode, the energy levels actually vibrates out from inside out, and we are able to touch people in this context of connectivity, as it were. It's another story for another day, but take it from me that when you're in a positive state, the whole environment will support you rather than if you're in the negative states, right? And this positive states is the one that we want to develop, because again, scientific research tells us that the heart and the brain works together in synergy. Yeah, it's a whole concept of heart-brain sort of entity that works together. And this is the entity that I think that we need to work on in the context of governance, how the brain and the heart and the whole human dimension works for the better of the human being before they can even reach out. It sounds complicated, but it is not as complicated if you listen to a person like this, yeah? The guy who organizes the World Economic Forum, eventually come out with this statement: there are 4 ingredients in leadership: the brain, the soul, the heart, and the good nerves. We have talked about the brain a little bit. I've touched a little bit about the heart, and the good nerves is basically our physical body that connects with one another that I've shown you. We are left now to talk about the soul. In technology, there is no soul, and therefore we are left out with this. We become soulless because the thing that we interacted do not understand what soul is about. And therefore we sell our soul to technology also at the same time. So what about the soul? Yeah, if Klaus Schwab can talk about the soul, I think I'm also entitled to talk about it, right? So I want to begin with this whole notion of the thing that makes us human beings. Yeah, I think it's not new. The intellectual part, the emotional part, the physical part, the spiritual part that defines us. And this is where I need to go back to my indigenous knowledge with all its wisdom that's been thrown out in the dominance education system, and bring it back because it has a lot more meaning. Yeah, the question of Ubuntu, the question of Sejahtera, the question of Ikigai, the question of Nunchi, the question of Lagom, all this I think has its own role to play now when we start to define who the human being we are, rather than just looking at it from the anatomical point of view that could be measured, that could be thrown into MRI and so on. These are all important, but it is not as important until you understand who we are. Yeah? In our language, it's the word buddhi that describes the so-called mind or intellect. It is a much more progressive concept as we understand it relative to the intellect and mind. We don't have words of intellect and mind in my language. The word is summarized in the word buddhi that takes all this in totality, right? And this is where I think the buddhi becomes important, because it is an introspective sort of device that questions us and our being all the time. At every moment of the time, we are subjected to the question of what this buddhi is asking us. And there are 3 levels of buddhi. One is called buddhi prakrti. In other words, how we behave. And this is what the PQ is all about. The other one, buddhi bahasa, how we communicate, how do we speak to other people, how do we actually, speak our own language, as it were. And that is what the EQ is all about, which is, in other words, called rasa. Very quickly, it's all about trying to make us a better human being in the context of well-being. So the context of well-being, as far as buddhi is concerned, is not new. It's been there for a long time, except that we have neglected it because we think it is not dominant. It doesn't come from a scientific sort of a tradition, as it were, and therefore we tend to neglect it. Now it's coming back with everybody talking about well-being, social emotional well-being, and it's about listening to the heart and taking care of the mind. In other words, the interaction between the heart and the mind, as I mentioned to you, is something that is happening below consciousness. We do not realize it, but it is happening all the time. It's time for us to realize it, so that the introspective activities become some sort of a life functioning serving. It tells us where the balance are and how do you make up this balance so that we live in a kind of a balanced world, microcosmically or macrocosmically. So that is one dimension of human person that we need to understand, right? That will take us to the second dimension that talks about the EQ, which is rasa. Rasa is a Malay word for feeling, and rupa is a Malay word for what is the word? Your physical being. All right. So you have the buddhi, rasa, and rupa. It then tells you what the human being is all about. Then you have the structure of a human person, right? And therefore, this human person now can be interactive socially in terms of co-creating, in terms of bonding, in terms of empathic support, in terms of problem solving, in terms of decision making, to use the modern jargon. In other words, how do we actually not only balance ourselves as an individual, how do we balance ourselves as a community? And the community too needs to be balanced, and that is part of what this human being or being human all about, the balance of buddhi, rasa, and rupa, or in a very crude term, the IQ, the EQ, and the PQ, as it were. Then that will allow us to go into another dimension, which is the global dimension, the human dimension, the universal dimension. He's still talking about well-being. The well-being is perhaps the focus of it all, but how do you then get into this understanding between human being, using spirituality, using, some people use the word soul power, because the soul is basically the common entity amongst us. And finally, we are able to build some sort of a collective experience given our common values, and that is the one that sustains the balance again. All of this, I think, is not talked about in a very clear terms when we talk about humanity, when we talk about spirituality. It's time for us to get into this so that at the end of the day, we can now go back to the whole idea of who we are in the human dimension of the mind, body, and soul. Yeah, we have been talking about the mind and the body. We have not talked about the soul, and the soul, I think, needs to come in so that the personal dimension becomes a more complete dimension when you talk about this introspectiveness, right? Now, all this, I think, is important to be human in our understanding, in our tradition, in our indigenous sort of culture. And it also brings out to them this whole idea of Sajahtera, which is that value that cannot be translated in many English. There are levels of it, but certainly part of Sajahtera will talk about how to sympathize. As a human being, we need to have the sympathy as a kind of a binding sort of a relationship with us and the environment. We need to understand what's happening around it. We need to sympathize with what's happening, although sometimes we cannot do much about it because of the distance, because of many other barriers, but at least there's a feeling within us that we sympathize, we connect, and we want to actually be part of it. Yeah. And when it's possible, we try to empathize. Yeah. We try to live the way they are. So you want to talk about poverty, you don't talk about poverty in an aircon room. We actually go down to the ground. Yeah, sweat it out and learn what poverty is all about in the real sense of the word. And this is something I think now the COVID is telling us. You stay in your place and you don't work with other people around you, all of us will go. We need to work together, we need to empathize, and some culture do not show this in a very distinctive way. Yeah? And that demands another idea of being compassion. In other words, at the end of the day, we will do this because it is about being human. It is not about getting rewards. It's not about getting recognition. It's not about doing things for the purposes of different agenda. It is for the purpose of being human. If you want to be human and understand what being human is all about, you need to have compassion. And then you cut across race, color, religion, or what have you, because that is what our makeup is all about. And that anchors on the last value about being humble. Yeah? Humility is about being human. And that the word humility now has lost its currency because all of us operates on a level of arrogance, on a level of elitism, on a level of, being commanding over others in the politics, in whatever it is. And even in our education system, we see this. And therefore, this again encompasses the values of being human, and how then you structure this in the context of the human governance with soul. So the humility will also help us demolish the ego. And I think the ego is the one that is destroying us. I think Al-Ghazali talks about this. If you want to be a human being, I think you need to find your ego first. And I think fighting ego will need compassion at the same time, because the moment your ego is diminished, then your judgment is out. Once your judgment is out, then you can actually be very compassionate about it. So these are the issues that I think that we need to go into in a deeper way. And let me finish in the last 5 minutes. Maybe we can have some time for question and answers. Yeah. So I will go back then. How do I put this in the context of education, at least within Malaysia? The president talked about the Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which is the national education philosophy, which is created in 1996, and it is created together with the UNESCO 4 pillars of learning, and it actually mirrors with one another. I have no time to talk about that, but at least from the Falsafah point of view, the philosophy point of view, there are at least 2 dimensions. One is about the individual person. It talks about an ongoing effort. It talks about an integrated effort. It talks about a balance, yeah, human being, intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. That's the one that I was trying to articulate just now. Already, in our philosophy of education, the 4 elements has been recognized. Yeah, the buddhi, the rasa, the rupa, and also the raw, the spirit at the same time. Yeah, it is then, but then it is contextualized in a firm belief and devotion to God. In other words, what defines the balance is what is said in the scriptures, and all scriptures for that matter. That's why the word God is used in a very what you call a general term rather than specific God, and so on. So that will be, I think, the platform that binds us educationally, at least from this philosophy that we are advocating in Malaysia since 1996 and beyond. Once that is done, and then we go into the second part, which is now taking the person into the society itself. And he says such an effort is designed to produce a Malaysian citizen, who could be global citizen, yeah, who are knowledgeable, competent, who possess high moral values, who are also responsible and capable of achieving high level sejahtera. This is the word it is again. All right. And in our context, as the president said, it is about the Maqasid Ash-Shariah, the promotion and the preservation of life, intellectual, futures, property, and faith. These are the 5 human existence, the 5 elements of human existence. Any human beings, I think, would want to protect life, intellectual, their future, their property, and also their faith. And therefore, then that's again a common value. So that at the end of the day, it says you can contribute to the harmony and betterment of the family, the society, and the nation, in that order. You need to put your family right first before the society can be right. You need to put the society right first before the nation can be right. You need to put the nation right first, because then only the world will be right. Some of us, this is wrong, and you will try to put this right, it will not work. This is messy, this is even more difficult to do. And this already now at the level of what it is, the world will be even more difficult to manage. So this is a philosophy that I think that brings about what we are talking about in the context of this human governance with the soul. And I would just like to summarize the same thing, right? But use as minimum word as possible, the word buddhi, rupa, rasa, and raw, that it talks about the introspectiveness of being human. In other words, we need to query ourselves all the time, because we do wrong most of the time in our ways, in our decision making, in the kind of things that we see. We need to introspectively look at this every day, and this is part and parcel of being human. Yeah. And then we work on what the social creativity is all about. How do you work together, co-creating with other groups, with other dimensions at the same time, and taking us to the global synergy that we now in one. And our word in this campus is called Rahmatan lil Alamin, mercy to all. It is not just about the institution, the nation, or the region. It is about everybody else, me and my first cousin, as I mentioned earlier. The non-human dimension becomes important. And finally, we go back to where we are. How do you create this social coherence, or the coherence among us that talks about the mind, the body, and the spirit? And there comes the values, at least the 4 minimum values that we talked about, that actually put us into a perspective before we become physically human. And that is what it is all about. In other words, within us, There's already the value system, the governance system that takes in the spirituality before we translate it into our physical being, not the other way around. And this is what I meant by inside out rather than outside in. Yeah. And once that happens, I think we become almost that resourcefulness of being the inspiration to the world, because I just again to show how nature actually modulates this. The honeycomb is a place where the bees survive as a community, and they survive as a contribution also into the world outside the beehives or the honeycomb as such. Yeah? So if we do this, I think we can be more adaptable in the context of sustainability. All right, we can live with other species around us, and that is the one I think that we're aiming for, so that at the end of the day, not only the physical structure of being human and its governance work, we also put within us the spirituality that's also important. I think this is where the inside out notion comes into being, and I hope this is the kind of governance that we will be able to construct as we move forward, apart from the organizational or the institutional understanding of what governance is all about. I would like to conclude by asking ourselves again, why human governance? My question is that why not? Yeah, because we know now we are the guilty party. We need to admit this. I mean, like all issues of humankind, if you're a drug addict, you need to admit that you're a drug addict before you can get into a solution. If you're an alcoholic, you need to admit that you're an alcoholic before you get into a solution. Here, we need to admit that we are guilty before we can get into it. So the moment we do not admit this, then we continue with the arrogant way of running the world, and we're going to get even worse. Yeah. So guilty means failing in the intrinsic dimension, which is beyond the body and mind, which is actually gathered instantly. Our body is about the food that we consume from the outside. The mind is about the data that we take and put it in our memory. There's nothing great about it in a way. Yeah, it's all coming from outside that develops us from the outside in rather than the inside out. And relying on just external achievements, we win that, we won that, we are good here, number one, number two there, makes us very enslaved because we do not control all this. The externalities are controlling us. We are unable to control it. The only we can do this is by doing right, inside out, will sustain an inner peace that radiates outside, inside out to the world outside. And this is what I'm talking about, the human governance, yeah, with a soul, so that at the end of the day, we could be quote unquote in control because we are human and we are becoming at the same time. And incidentally, learning to become is the next pillars of learning that is advocated by UNESCO and moving forward. Yeah. A word of warning from Drucker. The greatest danger in times of turbulence, which is now, is not the turbulence, it is to act with yesterday's logic. Yeah, when the president talked, we are stuck. I think we are stuck with yesterday's logic. And yesterday's logic is this. Yesterday's governance about the system which is outside us, be human, be earth, yeah, and this will later on be consumed by all the things that's happening because we are still the guilty party and we have not admit our guilt. Yeah, it works yesterday, but I don't think it will work tomorrow until and unless we have the guts to change it, until we have the wisdom to change it. Otherwise, we will go into a situation that all of us will regret, particularly the generations to come. So on that note, I will end. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope I make sense. My first attempt in trying to put in the soul on human governance, and I welcome any comments on that note. So thank you very much. Greeting of peace. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Tan Sri. It's as usual, very interesting, very inspiring, very informative. Normally, when we talk about governance, from what I know, we talk about rule, we talk about control, about action, about manner, especially in governing an institution. But somehow here, you manage to me, you manage to peel each layer of the issue. We talk about through, to me, it's very an ordinary approach, yeah? Meaning that we talk on governance, but now we talk about governing oneself, and you talk and you bring us through by peeling the layer, using scientific terms, but using more scientific terms, but still I can understand. By the way, I like the 4 questions you mentioned, Tan Sri. You mentioned about SQ, you mentioned about IQ, EQ, and suddenly came out from you PQ. Okay, physical quotient, and you relate physical quotient to rupa. But as far as I'm concerned, when we talk about rupa, it's always appearance. But I think, well, there are questions. Actually, there's friends asking about what is the concept. Maybe you can elaborate more on the concept of the physical quotient. All this while we talk about it, we know it is more to appearance, but now it's rupa is more on surface, maybe to us, but maybe you have your you can elaborate on that concept. That is number 1 coming from me myself. And then actually we have few questions. These questions, there are 2 questions actually coming. Tan Sri, you want to entertain the questions now, or I read it through for you now?
Your call. As long as I don't deprive
Okay.
the next speaker or your break time, I'm quite happy to be with you.
So let me can we have how many questions? Okay. The organizer said just read the question satu dulu, okay? So now this question comes from Madam Pushparani Govindaraja. Okay, actually Madam Pushparani gives us 2 questions here. Okay, number 1, Tan Sri, how do we bring about this change that is at most importance in the education system when we are drowning with leaders in the KPM, PPD, Pejabat Pendidikan Daerah, I guess, JPS, Jabatan Pendidikan Sekolah, okay?
Yep.
That are so siloed in character and only interested in promoting teachers that can't do the job properly. Okay, number 1. Number 2, it's coming from the same person, Madam Pushparani. How do we give the great teachers a platform to showcase their excellent practices? I feel the changes has to come from the bottom, which is in schools. Tan Sri, over to you.
Well, I think the solution is staring on our face, which we've been avoiding for the last 30 years. When you talk about falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, I think that's where the solution is. And that's why I also mentioned about the 4 pillars of learning of UNESCO. You put this together, I think perhaps you can look at 4 pillars of learning UNESCO in a more constructive way. It talks about learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together. Yeah, and we are all caught in the learning to know and learning to do. But I think we should start with learning to be. If you want to understand who we are, we should start with learning to be. Understand we are, then you know learning to know, then you go to learning to do, and then you can learn to live together. So it's a question of, again, the question of our arrogance. Do we want to say, look, this has failed and it has not served its purpose, let's move on. But the way I see it, people still want to defend what has failed for the last 30 years because their ego is somehow or other will be smoother if we move on. So we talk about the same thing again. I mean, under the COVID thing, we talk about online learning. Yeah, learning how to count and how to read, and which is important. Yeah, but I think let's go back and take this period to learning to be. Let's tell ourselves who we are. Let's tell our kids who they are, so that they can develop their own personality. And after that, count for all you want, read for all you want. At least you read in the context of you know who you are, rather than reading just because you want to pass an exam or just because there's a curriculum says so, without understanding why you want to do certain thing in a certain way. So if we can come back to this, If there's enough of us to demand the government, let's move and change. The coronavirus tells us we must know who we are, why we want to do certain things in a certain way, because we want to protect our survival, before we want to protect our being, before even becoming. How do you want to do this? If you want to do this together, then I think we need to change the whole system. After all, the Industrial Revolution revolutionized the whole education system during the agricultural system. Now the Industrial Revolution has come to a halt. Let us now change the system again. Why do we need to start with a system that does not work and has destroyed so many things? It's time for us to move on. And I think we can do it together if we understand why we are here and what education is meant for. Otherwise, we'll play the same game again and we'll get caught. I'm quite sure that we'll be caught. I'm old enough, probably I will not see this, but I dread to think of my children and my grandchildren. And when they are forced to do this, because we have not taken the forceful step forward.
All right. Okay. We hope that that answers Madam Pushparani's query. Yeah. Okay, Tan Sri, one more, and we have another 1 minute before 10:40. Okay, Tan Sri, can you explain? There are two questions. Another two questions from same person. Tan Sri, can you explain more on LILWF?
Oh, LILWF is a shortcut is a short form for Makasid. It's just my acronym to remember. The first L is for life, protection and preservation for life. I mean, that's what education is for. You know, you educate, and then at the end of the day, somebody died. Then that education is not education. All right. And the second L is about I is intellect. All right. If your education makes you more stupid than you came into the school, then that's not education. And we've seen this many a times. Right? The other L is about life moving forward. Yep. Then your future. So in other words, education do not guarantee your future or do not predict your future, then the education is not education to me. Right? And the other one you talk about, W is about wealth. Okay. And it's just about accumulation of wealth and not sharing it. And that wealth includes the air, the water, the soil, the environment. It's not just about your property. It's not about your handphone, your car, your whatever it is. It's about the whole creation that God has given us. And the last one, F, is about faith, our belief. The belief of things can be done right. I like the Quranic verse that was read very nicely when you talk about private conversation. Do we need to have that private conversation? How do you talk about this private conversation thing? Yeah, many of the things that we are talking about now is not in the positive sense that we have talked about in the Quran, and the same thing that I am advocating. Yeah, why are we talking about the negatives all the time? Why are we talking about the positive? Being human is being positive. Being human, being coming. If you want to become, then you cannot be negative. Otherwise, you will not become. So those are values that I think that is embedded in the word Sejahtera, as far as I'm concerned, and that will be our guidance moving forward to contribute to the family, the society, the nation, and the world. And I think this could be shared around the world. It is not a religious thing. It is something that all of us can live and understand it well.
Okay, Tan Sri, thank you once again. But one last question from Madam Nur Ishalina Ishak, UNIMAP. Okay, one last question before we really, we move on to our next speaker. So, Tan Sri, do you think it would be possible to have a special program on human talents, which leads to world-class talents in their field? All right. As everyone have their hidden talents? If yes, how can we do so?
Yeah, I think we have. We have been organizing the talent thing, but the framework is not right, I think. Our talent basically is trying to fit into the industry again. So all this while the industry have been telling us soft skills, soft skills, soft skills. You ask them what soft skill, they don't even understand what soft skill is all about. I think we have surrendered our life to the industry. I'm not against industry, but I don't think the industry is all for us. The reason is now very clear. The moment the COVID environment comes in, the industry is the first one to close down. The promise is to give us employment. The promise is to look after our children. The promise is to give them, some sort of a livelihood. And we have tailored our education system almost into the industry, to even to the extent that we forget our community. But now when the crunch comes in, they say we are closing down, we are not making enough profit, we are not paying you, look after yourself. I don't think this is a good partnership. And I think not all industries are like this, of course, yeah. But the one that talks about just their own interests and not interests of humanity is something that we need to really look again. And this is where I think we need to take charge of our own destiny, of our understanding of education. And Alhamdulillah, I think IUM is now doing that on the Sejahtera Academic Framework. We do what we think is right and let other people adapt to what we think is right rather than the other way around. There's the only way to go, and so that talent can be redefined for the future, for the sake of humanity, rather for an individual party as such, including political parties.
All right, thank you, Tan Sri. So that's about it. A talk from our very own rector, Tan Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak, on human governance, a new paradigm for sustainability. We will stop right here for a moment. As mentioned or as instructed by the Secretariat, we will stop for 5 minutes before we move on to our next speaker from Korea. So stay put, we'll be back, inshallah.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka. Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah satu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hoping that you get a good cup of coffee while we're taking a break just now. And looking at the screen as usual, the number of participants is now going up to almost 500, and it depicts the concern of people out there, especially those in the higher education institutions, on the importance of this initiative. Yeah, and for that matter of fact, let us now move on to the next speaker, Ms. Woon Jung Byun, Senior Project Officer, Section of Education for Sustainable Development, ESD, UNESCO. And Ms. Byun is now based in Paris. Yeah, and her commitment urged her to be with us as early as 4 a.m. in the morning, Paris. Am I right, Ms. Byun? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
And you're not alone. Yeah, here we also have participants from all over parts of the world. For sure, quite a number from France itself, Korea. South Korea, yeah, and Uganda, and not forgetting our neighbors from Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, and Brunei. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much once again. And moving on, let me read through the brief CV of Ms. Byun. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Woon Jung Byun is a Senior Project Officer in the Section of Education for Sustainable Development and Global Citizenship at UNESCO. Her work at UNESCO includes coordination of the work on the post-GAP future of ESD and monitoring of the progress towards SDG target 4.7. Before joining UNESCO, she worked for 12 years in the United Nations University's Regional Center of Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development, RCE, Tongyong, Republic of Korea, to promote ESD at local, regional, and national level. Okay, and her work was focused on engagement of local stakeholders, mobilization of schools and young people. Ms. Byun, also the co-founder of Tongyong Education Foundation for Sustainable Development in 2011 and Sejahtera Center for RCEs in the Asia Pacific 2015. Ms. Byun also served as Asia Pacific RCE's regional coordinator between 2009 to 2014 to promote ESD among the RCEs in the region. And ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Byun will deliver a talk entitled Sustainable Development Goals, Promoting Peace, Prosperity, Well-being of People, Planet, and Partnership for the Goals. Ms. Woon, the platform is now yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to start, first of all, by sharing my screen. I hope this is being shared. Yes, perfect. Yes. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Selamat pagi from Paris. This is very early in the morning, but I'm very, very honored and happy to be here with you at the International Webinar on Higher Education Leadership, Futures of Education with us all. And I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the organizers at International Islamic University Malaysia, in particular, Rector Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Zul Razak, for whose extraordinary leadership. I have enormous respect. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm very happy to be here with you this morning. My presentation today, I was asked about this big topic of sustainable development goals and the 5 areas of partnership, peace, planet, prosperity, and people. And around these very big topics, today I'll be speaking in particular about the role of education around UNESCO's work on education for sustainable development. I will start first of all with a short description and review of the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular on the 5 Ps of the SDGs and education, and then dive a little bit into the education target 4.7 of the SDGs and how Education for Sustainable Development's new framework called ESD for 2030 is trying to reflect and address this issue. And perhaps introduce a little bit on the latest discussions around the topic around the UNESCO World Conference on ESD, which took place May this year. And finally, to discuss what we will need to do as a call for action, especially in the role of higher education. But before I begin, I must say that this is an attempt to move away from what Professor Zhu mentioned earlier as yesterday's logic of education, but rather questions thrown to all of us on how we can imagine a future logic of education for today and tomorrow. And these are just some ideas that we have managed to condense at UNESCO that I will be presenting, which by no means are complete, but rather some sort of starting point of our discussions on finding education with a soul. So I hope that you have and share this perspective with us and with me today, that we are at a beginning of a very important adventure to find a new type of education that addresses these global issues and addresses and targets our changing of our minds and soul, as well as our hand, head, and heart. So with this, I would like to first start with the issues of today. So reflecting on Professor Zhu's comments on how words of George Floyd, "I can't breathe," links to all areas of our lives, economy, ecology, our societies, inequalities. One of the first that comes to my mind is our challenges in the areas of ecology. I can't breathe in ecology. The United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, recently published the first part of the 6th assessment report, which will form the cornerstone of our climate science and understandings for the years ahead. And this valuable information that has been gathered through works of thousands of scientists alarms us that our climate change is progressing so rapidly that one of the world's 5 warmest years have occurred since 2015, and 9 of the 10 warmest years in record occurred between since 2005 to today. So the authors of this report conclude that it is unequivocal that humans have warmed the planet. It is us that have warmed the planet, causing widespread and rapid changes to Earth's ocean, ice, and land surface. And they warn that the present state of many parts of climate system is unprecedented over many thousands of years. So now the projection goes back to thousands of years and really clearly state that it is us that are doing the damages here. And one of the key developments since the IPCC's last assessment is that it is human-caused warming and increasingly becoming directly impacting severe weather conditions that we experience even this year. We've seen so many different stories from all over the world of wildfires, floods, and unexpected heat waves destroying livelihoods in many parts of the world. So this is now an established fact that climate change is with us. And UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called it a code red for humanity. So this is a very alarming state that we are in, and this is just one aspect of our challenges. So in order to address all of these global challenges that threaten our very survival, the ambitions and hopes for building a different world, a more just and sustainable world, is enshrined in the 17 sustainable goals that cut across the realms of biosphere, society, and economy. I wouldn't go into detail as I understand that you are familiar with the 17 goals, but they all compass around these spheres of our lives and try to address and question and identify the ways forward for us to target our changes of the way that we live in today's world. And in particular, these 17 goals can be grouped up into 5 Ps for the ease of our understanding. First, planet, respecting and safeguarding our common home. It is very much linked to how education has to address this planet issue with environmental challenges and how we have to understand the ways of our lives differently. Secondly, people, leaving no one behind to attain sustainable livelihood and lifestyle. This is very important in terms of, in light of all the growing inequalities that we see around us today, to make sure that everybody has their full potential and develop their opportunities to develop their full potential to live in dignity and equality and health. Thirdly, peace, living in peaceful, diverse, and harmonious society away from violence. Prosperity, to transform our societies to have a sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth and sustainable lifestyle. To utilize education to reduce this poverty and also stimulate sustainable economies. And finally, partnership on strengthening global solidarity to achieve the SDGs, because we cannot do it individually. We have to make sure that everybody puts their hands together to make sure that some sort of change comes to life in close future. So around these 5 Ps of sustainable development, we can look at the 17 SDGs. But it is much more important in understanding of the SDGs to maintain a systemic view, systems view on how the goals are interlinked with each other, as are the sustainability issues of our societies that we see around us. So the complexity of the problems that we see around us are also reflected in these 17 goals and their interlinkages. Here, the images show how the SDGs data that is available reported from Malaysia are closely or loosely connected with each other. So this is coming from some of the data collected from Malaysia. The first image here shows the interlinkages, and you can see by the thickness of the links, the lines that connect with each other, how some of these targets are much more closely linked with each other than the others. And the second image shows only the positive linkages between different goals, especially around education targets. So as you know, SDG 4 is on quality education. And around these targets, for example, target 4.5 here is eliminating gender disparity in education. So around this 4.5, you could see that it is positively interlinked, for example, with 1.2 here, which is targeting halving poverty rate, or 4.2, another SDG 4 target in access to early childhood education. But also, for example, 8.6, which is connecting to improving youth unemployment. So making sure that gender equality is reflected in education is positively reflected and connected with reducing poverty, giving access to education, but also making sure young people stay employed. So there are positive linkages, but on the other hand, there are also negative interlinkages shown on this diagram, as you can see. So we could see that it is not a simple matter, and these SDGs and their interlinkages have to be reflected further. Why are this particular SDG target positively or negatively interlinked with another? this is the big question for us to reflect when we understand SDGs. The 17 goals and their 146 targets are not just nice to have list of shopping lists. They are very complex problems that is reflected, reflecting our realities at hand. And again, around these interlinkages, not only are they connected positively and negatively, but there are tensions, very tangible tensions between the Sustainable Development Goals. For example, if economic growth as defined by an increase in per capita GDP, as in the targeting for poverty reduction, it has a negative impact on the goal of reducing CO2 emissions, which is connected with SDG 13 on climate action. Here, you can see on the screen, very visibly shown from the UN Sustainable Development Goals report of this year, 2021. There are on the same report, it is reported, first of all, around the SDG 9 on sustainable industries. It shows that air transport is not projected to get back to pre-pandemic levels until 2024. And because of COVID-19, many people stopped traveling by air. And it reports, this report, UN report, says that governments should coordinate and do what they can do to bolster the air transport industry to restore lost jobs and get the global economy back on track. And what is interesting in particular is that in this section, it also worries that it is disproportionately affecting small island developing states, which rely a lot on tourism industry. Because no one is traveling, not many people are traveling by air to visit these small island developing states, then their economy is at stake, the report says. But on the other hand, when you look at the climate issues, you could see that reducing air traffic is a positive has a positive effect on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which is required for shifting economies towards carbon neutrality. As we have seen earlier with the IPCC report and all these warning signs that come to us, in order for us to go back and be on track for this 1.5 degree increase scenario, we have to drastically cut back on our CO2 emissions, which means that air travel has to be reduced. And by addressing climate change, we also address the problems of small island developing states, which are currently threatened with rising sea levels and catastrophic climate-induced disasters. So you can see the tensions between two different goals very visibly here. And this is one very simple example of how important it is for learners to have critical analysis to solve these complex problems of sustainability and the tensions around them, how important it is for them to have core values and goals in their mind when they're reviewing these goals and discussions with critical eyes. So this deeper contextual understanding is crucial for imagining futures of education with a soul that we are discussing today. So in order to do this, so dwelling on this education's role to address sustainable development issues, there has been a long history of discussions around education and sustainability. And this concept of education for sustainable development is situated at the meeting point of these two separate but related processes. The increased attention given to sustainable development content within education, but also the role of education highlighted within the discussions of sustainable development, since especially around the launch of the Brundtland report in the 80s. So first, looking a little bit back on how sustainable development became a growingly important part of education discourse around the world. We start with the discussions around education for all, giving access to education for all. So in 1990, there was the World Declaration on Education for All, very important declaration that came out from Jomtien meeting in Thailand, and also Dakar Framework for Action that followed, that focused on the urgent need to provide access to education for all. And this was also reflected in Millennium Development Goals, highlighting the issues of quality education around literacy and numeracy. And there was now a rather separate agenda developing around 2005 on the UN Decade of Education for Sustainable Development. And slowly around Bonn Declaration 2009, the mid-term review of this UN decade, it was around this time when a strong link between education quality and education's need to address sustainability issues became much more stronger. So this became visible around mid-2000, around the mid-term of the UN decade. And then with the discussions in the development of the post-education for all agenda, education community increasingly made arguments for the inclusion of education for sustainable development and related approaches as integral part of global education agenda. So as a result, it became the Sustainable Development Goal, especially Target 4.7 of the SDG 4 on quality education. And looking back on how education, the role of education and promoting education became important in the discussions of sustainable development, we can go back to think about the Rio Earth Summit of 1992 and the chapter 36 of Agenda 21, which calls for promoting education, public awareness and training in virtually all areas of Agenda 21, because they are closely recognized as a process by which human beings and societies can reach their fullest potential in promoting sustainable development and improving the capacities of people to address environmental and development issues. So around this Agenda 21, there have been many different processes discussing and highlighting and recognizing the role of education. For example, in the world of biodiversity, around the Man and Biodiversity Strategy, one of the key objectives was to say that education for sustainable development activities take place in all biosphere reserves, and it is an important part of the work on maintaining the integrity of man and biosphere programs. Paris Agreement on Climate Change, Article 12, also recognizes that it is important to enhance education, training, and public awareness as key steps to making sure that this agreement is received and acted upon in the next years to come. UN Decade on Ecosystems Restoration, which just started this year, recognizes that applying knowledge of ecosystems restoration in our education systems is one of the three key goals of the UN Decade, as well as the UN Decade on Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, which also calls for education's role in addressing these issues. So we've seen how in the past, these discussions, what we are discussing today, the Finding Education with a Soul, has this whole history, slow steps that led us to today's problems. And the key questions around this whole discussion in the past few decades is the question of education and sustainable development. Transforming education to be transformative, to make sure that education not only talks about sustainable development, but education that promotes sustainable development in a way that education reflected in education settings that changes individual perspectives and changes the way that we live in our societies. So transformative education, as described here, has been the key question that has cut across all of these discussions in the past. And coming today, education is now recognized as a key for these 5 Ps of the Sustainable Development Goals that we discussed earlier. And it has been recognized in the UN General Assembly resolution, which says that education for sustainable development is an integral element of Sustainable Development Goal on quality education, but a key enabler of all the other Sustainable Development Goals. So this is recognized as a key in opening the doors of these 17 goals. Now, let us look into these 5 Ps of the SDGs with this perspective of education being the key. So the question that I would like to now pose and discuss and think with you is, what should we teach in order for us to open these doors of the 17 goals? What should we teach? What are we teaching now? And what should we teach in the future? And what is the futures of education with a soul in that perspective? And again, I would like to stress that I don't attempt to provide answers to these questions, but merely aim to raise some key questions based on the discussions that we've been having with the experts around the world around UNESCO's work on education for sustainable development. So now let us think together on and reflect together on these key questions. The first question comes around the first P, the planet. So the question of what are the key planetary challenges? We have now a better understanding of this first question about the planetary issues and the fact that we are breaching the capacities of our Earth. As Professor Zhu mentioned earlier, we are verging on these limits of our societies. And especially in this regard, these 9 planetary boundaries that Stockholm Resilience Institute have laid out is a very important tool for our thinking in terms of systems, the interlinkages in systems. So in this perspective, we can identify planetary boundaries around these 9 key areas, including climate change, but also issues of ocean acidification, aerosols in the air, and chemical pollutions and land use. So around these 9 planetary boundaries, we could see that we are already breaching and verging on dangerous boundaries in already 4 of these 9 areas, including climate change, which goes into the zone of uncertainty. So we are breaching these planetary boundaries in many respects. And we have to think that it is not only an isolated incident, but they are all connected with each other, influencing and making synergies around these creation of planetary issues. And they all connect with each other and also connect with our lives within this planet. So with this very grave situation, the question goes, what are we teaching about the planet? And one insight on this question comes from a recent UNESCO study that has been done and published earlier this year, called Learn for Our Planet. This research reviewed the education policy and curriculum frameworks of 46 countries around the world. And astonishingly, unfortunately, in 45 of the documents reviewed, little or no focus on environmental themes was identified. And this shows, this is much more visible in the areas of focus of these documents, looking at different thematic areas of environment. Starting with climate change, for example, you could see here on the chart that 53% have no focus on climate change and 45% very low. So the majority of the documents reviewed from 46 countries, namely national curriculum frameworks and education sector plans, they have almost little or very, very low levels of climate change reference. And in terms of biodiversity, the situation is much worse, that 81% of these documents have no reference on biodiversity and 19% very low. Of course, we have to understand these statistics with a perspective, because even if the curriculum frameworks do not refer to these topics, by no means are they not taught in reality in school settings. So there may be many schools and many teachers who are passionate about these issues, who are teaching them in their school settings. However, it is important to note that in terms of policy, in terms of the emphasis placed around what we are teaching in education, climate change, biodiversity, these issues of urgency is not reflected properly. So this brings us to a perspective of where we stand now in 2021, after all that discussions, after the UN decade, after so much resource and efforts put into place. We have still so much more to do in the future. And I do hope that many of you who are working in higher education institutions reflect on what we are teaching in higher education institutions today around these topics. And it is important to note that it is not only isolated in the subjects of science or issues of that connect directly with climate. It is these issues are cross-cutting issues that deserve interdisciplinary approach, and we must try to see how each of our subject areas, each of our disciplines can reflect on these issues of climate change, biodiversity, and planetary boundaries. Secondly, on the second P to reflect on is the question of prosperity. This is very important and connects very much to the discussions of Tan Sri Zhu, who mentioned about how our societies are designed today, and the issues around the fourth industrial revolution, and how the concept of prosperity needs to be reflected further. So the first question I would like to pose with you and think with you is the concept of prosperity. What is our current understanding of the concept of prosperity as reflected in education? The concept of prosperity that are often taught in schools at the moment is based on the concept of capitalism, which is basically can be defined with two aspects: commodification of labor and private ownership of means of production. So we value economic growth, material wealth, and often think that we need to do our best to continuously grow our economies. And all of our educational efforts are geared around this whole mantra of prosperity as defined by unlimited economic growth. But thinking that we can actually have unlimited economic growth places economy above our society and environmental sphere. So as described in this diagram here, in fact, our current notion of economy stands above all the boundaries that we have in our society. But the problem is that we have a ceiling, a boundary. As we discussed earlier, just before now, we have clear environmental boundaries, ecological boundaries, as well as societal boundaries. And as Professor Zhu explained eloquently, we need to understand that we must stay balanced in view of our state of being. So this question comes, the second question is this the only way to understand prosperity? And here comes the big question of our traditional and indigenous values that related to prosperity. Perhaps some of them a more balanced understanding of way of life. For example, concept of sufficiency economy that is widely understood in Thailand. The concept of Sajatra, which I have great respect for, which talks about spiritual, physical and psychological balancing, intellectual, cultural, cognitive, and ethical, emotional, ecological, economical, and societal balancing. Langom of Sweden, that Professor Zhu also mentioned, being in the just the right amount, Ubuntu, because I am, because we are, our connections in our society, buen vivre in Latin America. So all of these traditional concepts of balance and prosperity does not only reflect on material wealth, but is also connected with each other, society, as well as our environment, Mother Earth, and the fact that we are part of our Mother Earth. So they reflect on this kind of diagram, considering that environment, we live within the environmental boundaries as well as societal boundaries, and economy is only one part of it. The fact that we cannot live without one another, that we cannot live without this earth. So this, the current understanding of unlimited growth has to be checked. And we have to maintain a holistic perspective of prosperity that is built around the other P's of planet, people, as well as peace and partnership. And it can only be sustained within the planetary and societal boundaries. As one of the early ecological economists, Kenneth Boulding, described as the difference between cowboy economy, with this frontier idea of unlimited resources out there in the plains of the cowboys, versus spaceship economy, where he talks about the mentality of astronauts that need to live within a spaceship that has limited resources, materials, and energy, and have the need for conserving the amount of resources that are available. So we have to put into perspective and reconsider our understanding of prosperity and what is being taught. So the question of what are we teaching at the moment and what should we teach in the future? Well, this is a very difficult question and a frontier question to address. And currently at UNESCO, we are reviewing and discussing on how this can be addressed and how we can frame it as a proposal for educators around the world. But some basic ideas already exist in this ESD for 2030 framework, the new global framework on education for sustainable development. For example, in this framework, I quote, ESD in the future will have to encourage learners to explore values which could provide an alternative to consumer societies, such as sufficiency, fairness, and solidarity, and that people have to be empowered to engage directly in the political process and advocate for alternative forms of development and prosperity. And another direction is laid out in this recent Berlin Declaration on Education for Sustainable Development, which was adopted at UNESCO World Conference on ESD in May 2021, which calls for education to ensure that development trajectories are not exclusively oriented towards economic growth to the detriment of the planet, but towards the well-being of all within the planetary boundaries. So these words that have been agreed upon by UNESCO member states, as well as the participants of the UNESCO World Conference, speaks true of and gives a certain direction and insight on this question of what should we teach in the future for education with a soul. And further exploration on the details of this should come in the future. And I really hope that the discussions here today in this very important webinar can contribute to these discussions on the future of education for sustainable development in terms of prosperity and alternative values. And thirdly, the question of people come to our mind. So we have to understand that what we have discussed so far, the prosperity especially, comes with a cost. We cannot have economy without people. And generation of human capacity, building of human capacities are dependent on pre-capitalist, uncommodified and collective values and power within our societies. So it cannot be put into money term. It cannot be monetized. For example, the values of care, solidarity, citizenship, mutual support. These are the values that build the basis of our societies upon which we can build our economies and prosperity. So around the question of people today, I would like to, and also the question of education, I would like to bring your attention to the question of social and emotional skills. There's a very interesting OECD study that has been recently published, only I think last week. This report reviews social and emotional skills of the students in different age groups around the world. And I've just brought one diagram here on the side. It shows that between 15-year-olds and 10-year-olds, social emotional skills, various aspects of social emotional skills, actually their skills drop from when they grow up. So when you grow up from 10-year-old to 15-year-old, in fact, 10-year-olds, younger children report higher levels of social emotional skills versus 15-year-olds. So what are we doing wrong? Why are we losing social emotional skills as children grow up and be educated further? So something must have happened in these 5 years gap for these children, for them to lose on the amount of persistence, optimism, empathy, creativity, curiosity, self-efficacy. Why are we going in the wrong direction of losing social and emotional skills? So this is a big question mark. And also, this report also shows that there's a gender difference in terms of what boys do better versus girls do better. For example, on average, boys reported higher emotional regulations, energy levels, while girls reported higher levels of responsibility, empathy, and cooperation with each other. And also there's a relation to psychological well-being, that children with higher social emotional skills have better psychological well-being. And also socially and economically disadvantaged children have less levels of social emotional skills, it has found. So we can see this is a very small glimpse into how important it is for us to maintain these values, the core values of care, solidarity, support, cooperation, and empathy in our societies, and maintain them and further develop them through education. But as we just seen with this OECD study, it seems that we are not doing the right job. And again, there's another study that shows a glimpse of what we are doing around, especially on education for sustainable development. This is a UNESCO study from 2018, which reviewed the country progress on climate change education by reviewing national communications and nationally determined contributions report of 194 countries around the world. So these reports actually reflect on what these countries have been doing on climate change and what they are planning to do in the future on climate change. So based on this review of these different documents, it shows that in terms of learning dimensions, climate change is discussed much more as knowledge. So as Tan Sri Zul mentioned earlier, around these four aspects of learning that UNESCO has laid out, learning to know has been the core emphasis of what we are doing with climate change education. So knowing about climate change, okay, how does climate change take place? How does global greenhouse effect take place? These are very important questions, but nevertheless, it has to also reflect on what needs to be done with our hearts and hands. And social emotional learning, is very little reflected in education systems. So people, planet, prosperity. The summary that we have to take into account is that we have to adjust within the boundaries of our society, our environment and make sure and our economy is built in this safe and just space for humanity, as this donut economy drawing shows. And this is a constant question of need versus want. As Mahatma Gandhi mentioned, the world has enough for everybody's needs, but not enough for everyone's greed. So the question of what should we teach has to be at the core of our discussion. And another P, the question of peace comes into play. I would especially highlight the persons being displaced around climate change, showing that because of climate change, there are many, many more people being displaced, and climate change is also this destabilizing factor for peace. For every 1 degree Celsius, there's a report, a study that was done that criminal conflict between individuals rise by 2.4%, and civil wars and riots, conflict between groups rise by 11%. I think we'll be seeing more of this in the futures to come. And the question again is on what should we teach? And finally, on partnership, overcoming silos, making sure that we work together and making sure that we support each other is key. And the question again of what should we teach comes into play. So with all of this in consideration, the 17 goals that we have looked together reflects on the role of education and education as a key on opening all of these doors was highlighted. But in summing up the big questions of what should we teach on these 5 Ps, the ambitions of the values of education enshrined is now drilled down to one goal, one target, 4.7, which says that we have to ensure all learners acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development by 2030. So with this ambitious goal, there's a new global framework on education's role for sustainable development has been launched in 2020, and the roadmap on ESD for 2030 is also available, which underpins the ways forward in terms of what should we do for the future of education. The key features of this new framework is threesome. First of all, the emphasis on education's role for the 17 SDGs that we discussed earlier, especially on the importance of promoting critical and contextualized understanding of the SDGs and interlinkages and tensions. Secondly, focusing on the big transformation, what is needed for us to really not go into the yesterday's logic that Tan Sri Zhu mentioned, but really imagine a different future. So transformative action, how it takes place, and what we should do in education to promote transformative action. Importance of not only formal education, but non-formal and informal education, social, emotional, and behavioral learning, and actions and learning around communities. And second part is on the big structural changes that are needed for this big transformation. So as we discussed on the prosperity issue, raising questions about systems, our reimagining economic models, values, core part of our design of our system, so that we don't make the same mistakes again with the same governance that Tan Sri Zhu mentioned earlier. And finally, the question of technological advancement, solutions for all problems, and questions of what technology will do to our societies in the future, requiring for us still to maintain a close look on critical look on the solutions provided by the technology, and making sure that we don't fall into trap of illusions created by technological advancement. Thirdly, the member states' leadership is much more important, and this is just simply because we don't have any time to lose anymore because of the times that and limitations that we have. So societal transformation led by the changes in the learning content, pedagogy, and learning environment, as well as the learning outcomes. And in order to do that, we have outlined 5 priority action areas, which cut across areas of policy, learning environment, building capacities of educators, youth, and actions. And there's a renewed commitment that come out of this UNESCO World Conference that just finished in May this year, which talked about, together with over 2,800 delegates from 161 countries, and also viewed by more than 10,000 people on the day across the world. This World Conference discussed about the ways of ESD and the role of education in the planetary challenges. And as you can see here, Tan Sri Zhu also contribute greatly in the discussions on transformative education and the values of transformative education. And key conference outcome is that we have seen strong political commitments coming from around 80 ministers and vice ministers of education who committed to the actions around education for sustainable development. This is a very positive signal that is different from what had been taking place previously. So we can see that things have now changed, and governments are much more engaged in and willing to work on education for sustainable development. And the Berlin Declaration on Education Sustainable Development, which I invite all of you to go in and take a look and read, is a document, a short 2-page document that underpins what we are talking about, that ensuring education for sustainable development is a foundational element of all our education systems, with environment and climate action as core curriculum components. This was committed by all the participants of our conference. So the time to learn and act for our planet is now, was the key message. So you can see the key message drawn on this presentation. And the call for action is also very strong across all realms of UNESCO's work. For example, I will briefly invite you to review this, the World in 2030 survey report that came out recently, which surveyed, UNESCO surveyed around 15,000 people across the world. And they picked climate change and biodiversity as the biggest challenge, and education as the biggest solution to this. So climate change, addressing education. These are 2 key messages coming out of this big survey that UNESCO did to have a futures out prospect. And also the Futures of Education report. I don't know if you're familiar with this process. This is a process of UNESCO that convenes through the International Committee to a global initiative to reimagine how knowledge and learning can shape the future of humanity and the planet. It builds on the 1997 Dolores report that underpinned these 4 areas of learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. And this is a follow-up review. And this, one of the first drafts of this discussions already recognized the survival of humanity, human rights, and living planet at risk as the core pillar of our discussions on the futures of education. So there's a growing call for action and change around the world. And so in order to address this, Education for Sustainable Development 2030, ESD for 2030 framework has the 6 elements of implementation proposed. So implementing ESD at country level, harnessing partnership, promoting and communicating for action, tracking issues and trends through research and innovation, mobilizing resources and monitoring progress. So around these 6 implementation areas, Country Initiative for ESD for 2030 is the key pillar, asking all governments to take hold of this need for education, futures of education, to have a soul, to reflect on how we need to address planetary and societal issues in education. So UNESCO is supporting countries now to work around their countries, and I hope that Malaysia also joins in this country initiative very soon. And the role of higher education, this is a commitment long overdue, starting from the 1992 Agenda 21, where it says that supporting UNESCO and other tertiary activities for environment and development education, developing cross-disciplinary courses and having pre-curriculum for pre-service curriculum for journalists, making sure that everybody is prepared to have a sustainable livelihood in the labor market. This 1992 is already 20-30 years ahead of us. And this commitment is long overdue. We have to make sure that we fulfill our long commitments. And this is also resonated in various higher education discussions, including the Iquitos statement, where we talk about education's role in higher education in mainstreaming sustainable development in all fields of study in universities, but also making sure that transdisciplinary and disruptive approaches are reflected in teaching and actions in higher education institutions, making sure communities' engagement is all reflected in actions and teachings of higher education, and also research and innovation and the role of leadership of higher education institutions in making sure that we go forward for sustainable development. So AESD in action is citizenship in action, and role of higher education is ever more great to make sure that all of these 5 P's sustainable development goals are embedded in our education systems. So finally, as the next step, we are inviting the countries to join in, and we expect universities to lead the innovations around these discussions. And we hope that this trajectory until 2030 is met with a success. So with this, I would like to invite you, all of you, to join our Learn for Our Planet movement and join UNESCO's LinkedIn group, which is open for all the researchers, activists, practitioners around the world. You can join here, share your views, share your thoughts and experiences. And I would like to conclude by a quote from our Assistant Director General for Education, Stefania Giannini, who says that education for sustainable development can provide knowledge, awareness, and action to empower people to transform themselves and transform our societies. So with these words, I thank you very much for your kind attention, and I look forward to our continued discussions and collaboration around these key important questions of what should we teach in the future for education with us all. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Byun. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Ms. Won Jung Byun, Senior Project Officer, Section of Education for Sustainable Development, ESD, UNESCO. Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, that Ms. Won or Ms. Byun is now based in Paris. Well, in the interest of time, I think we will, there's quite a number of questions received via email, via our YouTube link, but in the interest of time that we will pose all the questions to you, Ms. Won, and you know, and later be what you call it, be email or responded to the participants or the you know. So and therefore I think we just move on to our next talk or next agenda, that is a talk from Professor Datuk Dr. Raja Razia. And I was told that Datuk Raja is here with us. Okay.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, just a brief introduction, yeah, to everyone. Professor Datuk Dr. Raja Razia, distinguished professor from Asia Europe Research Institute, University of Malaya. And we are grateful, Prof, to have you with us to talk on a significant topic, that is building futures, new economic model of collaboration post-pandemic. Yeah. But before that, let me just read through your brief CV. All right. Okay. So Professor Datuk Dr. Raja Razia is a distinguished professor of economics at the Asia Europe Institute, University of Malaya. He obtained his doctorate in economics from Cambridge University in 1992 and was a Rajawali Fellow at Harvard University in 2014. His policy-oriented work includes research in several countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Among the major contributions he has made for the benefit of society include the conceptualization of technology and its link to development, and methodologies designed to capture clustering, technological capabilities, and industrial policies. Yeah. And in recognition of his competence in the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, World Bank, International Labour Organization, the World Intellectual Property Organization, United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, United Nations Development Programme, the Asian Development Bank, and the Economic Research Institute for Asian and East Asia have commissioned the writing of several reports for guiding industrial policy in the developing economies. So therefore, Dato and everyone, I now pass the platform to Professor Dr. Raja Razia. Please welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I share my screen now?
Yes, please.
Is that visible?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, I would like to first thank the organizers for honoring me by inviting me to give this talk, even though I had something else on, but I thought it would be exciting enough for me to be here. I cleared the whole morning, so I was fortunate to listen to Madam Won Jung Byun, and as well as, of course, only towards the end, I was able to hear from Emeritus Professor Tan Sri Zulkifli Razak, although I didn't quite hear much of what he had to say, but given the philosophical slant he always comes with, he always baffles me with the kind of expressions that he shows with it seems to come a lot more from the soul and his heart rather than from normal academic work. Now, with that ado, let me get to the topic here. I first must apologize that I didn't have the time to prepare all these glossy slides that I saw earlier, largely because I've been involved in too many Zoom sessions now, making work a lot more difficult than what it was when we didn't have this pandemic. Because when you talk about different things, you end up preparing different sorts of slides. But this is the topic that's been given to me, and I'll try to do justice to the topic given to me. Let me see if I can move this. Doesn't seem to. Okay, these are the key points I will address. Focus of higher education. Of course, education at the lower levels is often seen as a public utility as opposed to education at the higher levels. Although, of course, in a philosophical sense, since all disciplines were born from philosophy, education requires that you have the knowledge content, which is a public good as opposed to a public utility. A public good is something that is non-excludable and non-rivalrous, while a public utility needs to reach everyone, but it can be excluded if you don't invest enough. Those are distinctions that will come back later in my presentation. Then I'd like to see how higher education promotion is viewed across selected countries, expenditures as well against development stages, enrollment trends with development stages. And I'd like to address this because I've been directly involved in this, including how humanoid robots are involved in teaching. To a great extent, they're doing better than humans because they can sense, feel, whatever that's been programmed into them, and they have all the sorts of knowledge they require connected to cloud computing and so on with big data analytics that enables them to outperform individuals in many different sense, and why the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure needs to be there to quicken it. I think the concerns that it might lead to in the same sort of manner the Luddites did in worrying that jobs will be lost should not be seen that way. It's just that you'll have to have different sorts of skills, different sorts of training, different sorts of knowledge accumulation, perhaps in the sort of sense that Professor Zul mentioned about planning for the future rather than planning for acquiring and continuing with what happened yesterday. Early reactions from the US-China friction already started this. In other words, especially when it comes to Taiwan, lots of relocation has already taken place. There's a huge proliferation of the use of robots and drones, and not just in manufacturing, but also in agriculture, so much so that food security in Taiwan has risen to over 90%, when in Malaysia it's still less than 70%. We're talking about rice, for example. Outbreak of the pandemic, of course, has quickened it, coping with the changing landscape of higher education demand with restrictions physically, although of course we have access through Zoom links, even though I think it hasn't been appropriated sufficiently well. And then posing questions rather than answering, because although I thought my colleagues who presented earlier were in a very impressive manner, were more or less knew where they were heading, I'm not so sure whether I know where we are heading. Of course, I'd like to see certain things happen, but there are lots of trajectories. People are taking different sorts of pathways. And I can also mention about the economic logic behind it, which I don't quite agree to, even though I've been trained as an economist. Education as a basic need, as a public good and as a private good. This has to be addressed. I think a lot of what came across just now refers to education as a public good, to the extent where we are concerned about sustainable development. We're concerned about how we connect, we as individuals connect to the broader society that not just includes humans out there, but because humans are also dependent on, say, the environment. What Gareth Haddon referred to as the tragedy of commons. We can't run away from that. Education, and that's why, although the World Bank for many years used to promote just primary education and the more secondary education, why tertiary and technical training is important. These are issues that the World Bank didn't carry long ago. The UN did, but perhaps they're more focused now than what they were doing in the past. And I'll just touch a little bit on higher education in relation to development phases. And then higher education focus. Are we dealing with education being developmental? Are we dealing with education being a source of income? This was addressed by Madam Wong Jung Byun in quite detail just now. And she, of course, says that it has to be a lot broader. Stimulation of research and innovation, attracting talents. Developed countries tend to, it's like enrollment in tertiary education in the US is less than 20%, more or less. And how do they solve it? A lot of it comes from attracting foreign students, although of course the government itself doesn't seem to be excited now because of returning diaspora that has enabled rapid growth in countries like Taiwan, Korea, and more importantly, China, the concern of the US to contain China's progress. Higher education and R&D, and the significance of higher education among latecomers and first movers. And I'd like to mention an important element that to me would embrace. And in that sense, I'd like to mention that there's been a lot of concern, especially among economists that tend to narrowly focus on it, and like very much what Madam Wong Jung Byun addressed on the limits to growth, because the assumption that you can have unlimited growth. That actually comes from the impact of new models that economists like William Nordhaus, Nicholas Stern, and more recently Das Gupta from Cambridge, they simply seem to be concerned about containing carbon emissions, getting to low carbon economies, and how that could be done through the use of carbon taxes. And yes?
Bro, excuse me, could you please turn your presentation to the slide mode?
Oh, I haven't. Okay.
It's quite small.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Yeah, so the departure that I feel necessary, and that comes from my previous two eminent speakers, that even though the Club of Rome has been dismissed now, the work of Meadows et al., financed by the Club of Rome on the limits to growth that came out in something like 1972. I think we are in between that and the new alternatives people are having. If you introduce a carbon tax, whichever position you take, one starting with a higher tax, another one progressively lower tax, and then progressively increasing it. It depends on whose modeling you're using, the convertible general equilibrium model used by these guys. Their focus is a lot more on restricting or limiting carbon dioxide emissions or greenhouse gas effect emissions and so on, without an extensive focus that even deals with deforestation, deals with damming and what dams do to society and so on. So that sort of this thing. And here you have Nordhaus, who shared the Nobel Prize in 2018 with Paul Romer. They make that sort of point, but that sort of point also doesn't address the issue of whether innovations need to be publicly held, whether innovation should focus on what's good for society, or rather innovation should be driven by markets. Now, these are important, and I'm not terribly focused. I myself don't have a position as yet, but I think any effort that governments could do, and perhaps from supranational organizations that require cooperation, perhaps may need to address elements like investments. How do we generate expenditure that is targeted at society? Like, for example, now COVID-19. An example will be how the moratorium involving WTO moratorium involving HIV treatment. In fact, that's how South Africa started it, with support of Brazil, India, and Mexico in particular earlier, which gave way for the use of generic drugs because the nature of patent laws prevented such things in the past. And the argument advanced is simply that the people who are afflicted with it in countries like Africa are just too poor. They're not in the market to afford designer drugs that companies like Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and Bayer and so on produce. So that was allowed in that sort of sense. And now we have the COVID situation here. But are we going to just leave it at that stage? And do we have a global recognition? As it is now, we don't really have as such, even though UN organizations are calling for many things. But I think in terms of enforcement, I don't really see much happening, although that's good to have. And therefore, in this sense, I'm one who feels that you need to have open innovation systems rather than one that is closed, because knowledge is a public good, however much you try. Although, of course, if you look at the rapid growth of Korea and Taiwan, especially in the 70s and 80s, it required extensive adaptations from sources of knowledge from abroad. Now, in that sense, I think in the interest of time, I'm not going to get into too much of this. But I even use the term socioeconomic as opposed to economic agents, because humans are not really economic beings who try to optimize whatever transactions they get involved in, even though that's the basis of the neoclassical argument that says humans are rational. Even if they make mistakes, they will not repeat. I mean, that's precisely what Bob Lucas did to use his rational expectations argument. Let me see. Okay, go to this. This is actually a figure that shows. Let me take out this. The screen is somewhat. This is tertiary share in education. If you look at it, there is a trend decline in the case of Malaysia. The tertiary share expenditure in education, and largely because of the cutback on expenditures for R&D. Otherwise, Malaysia for a long time achieved like the higher share of government allocation, government finance going to education. But you can see there's been a trend fall. And then, of course, the rest of the countries are here, including the United States. I just had a cross-sectional spectrum to show countries at different levels of development. That includes Indonesia, which shows a slight increase, and then, of course, Thailand, which also shows a trend fall, apart from a slight rise from 2012, where data was available. This is from the World Development Indicators. Now, let me take this away here. The propellants of economic And social synergies, in particular geographical space, is best captured by focusing on the 4 systemic pillars. I make this point because what should a developing country do? Not necessarily just Malaysia. And my impressions of this, I did this, in fact, this is a model that I felt was able to explain how underdeveloped locations evolve over time compared to the Porterian diamond framework, which I used when I was one of the principal authors of the Industrial Development Report for UNIDO in 2009. And then we studied 12 countries there. Basic infrastructure in the way it is governed, they're all essentially public utilities because they are excludable and they are rivalrous. To increase their reach, you'll have to invest more. And therefore, since they have to reach everyone, the states need to play a more aggressive role rather than just governance on intellectual property rights and so on and so forth. And these are essentials. Of course, it's a question of how you then coordinate in relation to the goals of sustainable development. Do we need to dam because that would provide more water or electricity? Now, I think these are issues that need to show harmony. That's why I also feel that those pillars need to have coordination, connectivity and coordination. Now, science, technology, innovation, infrastructure, are we just leaving it to private firms that are capable of innovating to handle grants and incentives, or are we also at the same time going to focus on the needs of society? And in here, how should digitalization be governed? Even the Malaysian government, I don't think they're doing it the right way. I mean, if you look at the master plan on digitalization as well as on Industry 4.0, the focus is more on whether they can assess if firms are ready, and then for those firms that are ready, they try to reach them. When it should be brought to them, if you look at how it's done, and it's supported by TSMC in the case of Taiwan and Samsung in the case of Korea, they actually bring it to them. In other words, if we see that a small guy is unlikely because he doesn't know the benefits he can get from it, this is the advice I gave to Muhammad Ali Jinnah University in Karachi. These are elements that you can visualize, you can draw as a stylized framework to see where to reach. And in the same conception that one should have about designing for the future rather than just looking at what is going on all this while. I think that sort of approach is necessary, but you need to also have coordination, connectivity and coordination. It's not just enough to have all these big organizations like we have in Malaysia. I mean, science parks with incubators, we call them as white elephants in Malaysia because they're hardly connected to scaling up technologies to produce even patents or even to convert them into commercializable products and services, something that you see in a de-verticalized framework through E3 Labs in Taiwan, or for that matter, much more internalized in Korea. Now, these are all important things that also requires constant reviews to see that these 4 pillars are all the time in functioning effectively. Let me see. I don't know, for some reason, something blocking things here. Then likewise, we need to be suspended, connected to the global economy, not just for imports and exports, not just for attracting the right sort of investment a country would require in order to upgrade and progress economically, or even in development terms, but also accessing sources of knowledge. Why would say Samsung and say TSMC locate some of their frontier R&D activities in the US? Because they have access to know-how that sort of kind. So you need to have, and not just that, but in the early stage, they would have also access through licensing, through purchase, using manuals of particular technologies and so on. These are things that need to be put together, and universities should still be a key player there. If we are dealing with the quadruple helix, although in some countries, one of the pillars is really misunderstood in that way. The Swedish framework of the quadruple helix, which evolved from the triple helix, it's actually one that, apart from industry, government, and university, they included civil society. In Malaysia, somehow civil society is represented by FMM, Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers, where I sit on the advisory board. They are not civil society. It is just to see that the interests of society are also manifested, they're subsumed. They are there in their goals of governance on on innovation, especially when it comes to grants and incentives. Now, that would mean dealing with, for example, climate change and global warming. That would mean, for instance, whether one needs to build dams, the Aboriginal people living over the forest. That would mean addressing income inequality. Those kinds of issues are not issues I believe FMM would bring to us to the table to discuss the quadruple helix. The only difference I'm talking about in that sense to see that the system is open, so that you can access it, more socioeconomic agents can access it, appropriate the synergies from it, and participate in the processes of development. University industry R&D synergies. Digital infrastructure, I think, everybody knows now, is a key element now. And if you understand especially how humanoid robots function, or even equivalent within drones, you will see that it can actually do a lot of things that will not necessarily undermine inequality if it is properly governed. This is artificial intelligence transfer to robots and drones, but they then using virtual and augmented reality function autonomously rather than having to rely on a human all the time. It's not just simply automation as such. So these are the enablers of university role. For many universities in Malaysia have IR 4.0 centers. All these things are available there. The ones that are put up there, digital infrastructure, Internet of Things, these are all the infrastructure that they require, and then of course, robots and drones. University supported intersectoral spread, increased cross-migration of adapted technologies intersectorally, and you will then have intersectoral specializations broken because those boundaries become blurred in the way technology evolves from one to another. Skills levels also change. University supported 4.0 ecosystems. And of course, some firms might still want to retain mass production, but what it allows is to have mass customization, conceiving of things in such a way you can transform the Toyota model of having different kinds of models on the same conveyor belt. You can appropriate both scale and scope economy, because in the nature with which the computerized system functions, which you can, to some extent, you would have seen if you visited firms in Toyota on cellular manufacturing, how connections between customers and producers affect the nature of what is in demand, both quantitatively and qualitatively. And in this sense, it allows for mass customization, where you can produce different kinds of products and at the same time appropriate scale economies. And that is actually very much taken to a different level with IR 4.0. It doesn't necessarily have to be in automobiles. You can also use a whole range of things in agriculture to many other sectors, and even in teaching. And I don't really see that much happening. Even though the Zoom system has come into play, I myself teach all the time with more than half of my students locked down from abroad. But we don't really have that sort of humanoid sort of interactions where robots can be used. Scale-based uniform specializing to scope-based customized specializing that is aggregated to provide the scale economies. That means unit cost would still be low, and the functional access to new knowledge, new output, and so on will be that much higher. University supported smart schools. We have smart schools. In fact, we started in Malaysia in 1999 with YTL financing it. Korea started in 2012, and the one in Taiwan is 2014. But because they are really driven by world-class electronic firms, the world's leading memory chip firm, Samsung, and TSMC, the world's leading logic chip firms, they are not just supplying hardware like computers, connecting them with internet, but they're also enabling the creative mind, the mental faculties. In a way, this is not so much written there, but I think it offers the opportunity to return to philosophy, where you are then in some sort of way what Tan Sri Zul in different occasions have talked about enabling the mind in terms of how the mind will be enabled to become more critical and more objective, more able to transform itself in relation to the environment the mine is exposed to. This is something I just put up there in terms of something that universities should do. In the end, if nothing comes out in the numerator side, everything is in the denominator side, it cannot be sustained financially. So it may not have any link with the environment. That is why R&D should be important. A whole lot of expenditure that goes to R&D creates knowledge. That's research, and when that knowledge is converted to money back, commercialized, either for commercializing innovation or development, a lot of this can be appropriated by registering as intellectual property rights, patents, industrial designs, industrial layouts, trade secrets, trademarks, and so on and so forth. But there's also a whole lot of knowledge that comes from research that are appropriated by other socioeconomic agents. Sometimes they are society-based, sometimes they may not generate pecuniary or monetary returns, but they are playing a role in society. Sometimes they are also appropriating monetary returns. Now, this is the notion of a public good. It's a non-excludable and non-rivalrous, and therefore reasons why government should focus on this. But once you do that, it's not just enough to continue to support such R&D activity. There need to be an attempt to review it. There need to be an attempt to appraise to see if they are all doing well, not like the kind of science parks and the number of incubators that we have in Malaysia largely considered as white elephants, because that sort of review hasn't been there. And the sort of roadmaps that the other more successful countries use. And because these are methods very often, because the location is different, the kind of participants in the process are different, it requires lots of trial and error methods. When you have trial and error, you must have reviews to see whether things are right or things are wrong. It's a bit like Park Chung-hee, although he was a dictator after the heavy chemical industry program of 1975, he gave incentives and grants. He did, even though Korea was facing a severe balance of payment crisis. Oil crisis, prices went up 4 times, but he didn't remove them. Instead, because otherwise all these big industries would have fallen if they had listened to the IMF and floated the won against the dollar. That's not something he did. But he made sure that they perform. Otherwise, they were not allowed to remain to sap the economy. And if they participated in any abuse, and Alice Hampson has got this in her 1989 work, he sent them to jail, including his own relatives. Now, and then, of course, he also fixed the won against the dollar between 74 and 79 when he was shot dead. Why? Because the environment was so volatile at that time in relation to the different sectors, including second oil crisis of 1979. Now, that sort of initiatives are somewhat missing, although, of course, we've had capital controls to deal with other issues. So I think that's an area some countries have not focused on. I'm particularly referring to those countries that recognize the importance of R&D, but haven't really governed it effectively to see that research is scaled up and eventually are able to appropriate and generate the sort of returns to support future research. And that sort of things, even in Malaysia, I see somewhat missing. And we can't really blame Philippines or Indonesia because they haven't got the money even to invest very much on R&D. The good in the case of Malaysia is 1.5%, not as high as Korea, Taiwan, or Singapore or China, but it is way higher than, say, 0.2% in Indonesia. These are enrollment issues. In the case of Malaysia, I mean, if you are dealing with this, I shall not focus that much time on this, and especially because I'd like to see questions come in rather than exhausting the time. The trends, Malaysia is used as a focus example here for how digitalization, trade wars, and so on have affected higher education enrollment. Graduation, including foreign student numbers. The number of bachelor students enrolled in public universities has continued to rise, even the cumulative year of 2020, while that of private universities have shown a trend fall since the peak in 2016. This, I mean, I don't have time to mention it, but the different kinds of grants that we gave to public, private universities that came up at that time. In fact, now I think there are quite a few, I don't know if they're still around, who are just waiting to liquidate. However, the number of bachelor students graduating have shown a fall since 2016, with private universities facing a sharp fall in 2017. These are all data from the Higher Education Ministry. Master's enrollment numbers have gradually fallen in public universities, while it rose until 2019 among private universities before a fall in 2020, which obviously could be a consequence of the COVID-19 outbreak. Public universities accounted for over half of the master's students. They tend to be much more enrolled, largely because of the human capital that they have compared to private universities. And of course, public universities are better funded, although of course the five oldest research universities have been facing a severe cut. A similar trend is observed among graduating master's students, except that both numbers fell in 2020. That again, I would say a consequence of COVID-19 effects. Public universities enjoyed 87.8% enrollment of PhD students in 2015, which fell to only 79.1% in 2020. In fact, some private public universities are promoting more graduate education because they have control over the fees compared to undergraduate education where it's heavily subsidized. And therefore, the preference of government in particular fields is to see the Malaysian medicine, for example. Doctoral graduation was more skewed, with public universities accounting for 91% in 2015, and of course that number too has fallen in 2020, but not that much. This is digitalization. I think maybe I have to get the title here, and smartification. I'm sorry, this is I haven't focused on improving my visual articulation of my points in my computer screen. Proliferation of IR 4.0 technologies backed by closures of borders in developed countries. This initially started, as I mentioned, with the trade friction that Trump exacerbated in 2017 and the relocation back, including of Japan. Japan too gave grants to bring back Japanese investments and at the same time relocate some in Southeast Asia. COVID-19 acceleration of social distancing and restricted spatial movement of people, virtual classrooms, incubators, and lecture halls. Now, I'm not sure if how this has been absorbed and understood, because I have seen incubators, for example, at MIT or even at the sort Bernardi runs. Classrooms are open to questions. In fact, the nature of teaching is question-based rather than memory-based, and even though the current environment allows for it, I haven't seen an escalation of it. I haven't seen an extension and expansion to appropriate the right sort of synergies to see how IR 4.0 can be appropriated in the higher sense. Rise of broadband infrastructure, Internet of Things, cloud computing, big data analytics, robots, and drones, yes. Between physical social interactions and virtual social interactions, I think virtual interactions somehow, I don't know, I get to this feeling that it doesn't necessarily give you that much of social feeling when you don't interact. You remain, say, within Zoom sessions. That's the sort of feeling many have expressed to me, not the students themselves who were previously physically located here, but now that they've gone back, they haven't returned, and they give that sort of impressions. Proliferation of social media, of course, sometimes some of it is highly negative, but some of it opens up minds. But in that sense, I think governments have done little to address cybercrime. It's just like if you see some of the female tennis players, they are wrecked by social media. Examples include Naomi Osaka, the problems she's faced, or Sloane Stephens, the kind of aggressive social media attacks on them. And there are little efforts. In fact, Facebook, to me, I myself deregistered myself, but I don't know why it's not going away. But attempts to even hack for whatever reasons. Now, in that sense, I think that there needs to be much more efforts to address issues of that kind. Again, is away there. Potential aggregation of scale through merging scope economics, from mass customization, as I mentioned earlier, from pure economics to societal economics. I think there needs to be a need to transform. This is a topic a a lot of people have talked about. And I think in this little small article by Garrett Hardy in 1968 in the journal Science, it's 1968. I mean, we are still talking about that, the tragedy of commons. And there are lots of institutional efforts to bring about much more control of the kind of damage we do to the environment. But how much have we been successful? How far have we gone? We keep extending this with more titles and so on. And another point I'd like to mention, the actual definition of inclusive development is not just about addressing the problems of the poor or addressing climate change as they are as indicators. It involves the participation of people. Are they engaged in the transformation of these things? I don't see very much that happening. Much of the reports that come, and I myself wrote for five countries, the Southeast Asian chapter for UNESCO 2021 report. The indicators that are there, it doesn't really deal with whether people themselves are engaged in these processes to shape their destiny. Some things that Peter Berger and Paulo Freire came up with, feelings that are real for those observing are not the same as those who are feeling it. And then, of course, what more for authors like me or governments who don't even see it. And that, of course, calls for an engagement. It's not just running town hall sessions here and there where some representative come talk to you and feel that we have captured what society wants. I think that there needs to be a change in the application of the concept. I haven't seen it very much happening, although, of course, the definition means that's an important element of it, but in the end, they have to produce reports, and because they have to produce reports, they look at the indicators that represent the masses, but that should not be the way to go. What does this bring in terms of the disruptions? Uncertain changes in teaching arrangements, falling academic employee time per student, especially so now that the early phase is always disruptive a lot more than how the system settles in as it matures. Transformation of support staff expertise, because support staff they have to change. It's just like when we had computerization and so on, clerks and so on were no longer typing our papers. And now, what do they do now? And with the COVID-19, you don't even see them physically to help you in any possible way. Transformation of learning skills with increased focus on interactive learning, which has been around for a long time, but there's an exponential potential there for further upgrading. Emergence and expansion of virtual learning and the consequences for evaluation and grading. Increasing integration in social, economic, and knowledge systems. Rising autonomy among universities initiated by falling government funding and rising utilization of adapted technologies. Universities become more and more autonomous, something the US began to do after the Bayh-Dole Act of 1982. Falling demand for graduates, rising graduate unemployment, forcing reorientation towards IR 4.0 associated with entrepreneurial activities. These are potentials, even though on one side, they look like harm that is meted out to existing entrepreneurs, but if you look at the flip side of it, it's a massive potential there too. If only the right sort of governance framework is adapted to achieve that. Reorientation of use of knowledge from applicative to innovative and cognitive adaptation. The return of humanistic knowledge systems. In fact, humanoid robots can feel temperatures, can sense temperatures, can sense so many different things. The humanoid robot that picked me up in Nagoya to see their CEO, this is Toyota. Public good properties of knowledge, I think, need to be emphasized, and the return back to philosophy is very important. All disciplines were born from philosophy. If one goes back to that, some key fundamental elements of that should be there, because I myself is a big fan of philosophy, and in that sense, I've often enjoyed listening to Tan Sri Zul, who often carried that sort of hat, that sort of a feel. Now, I would like to pose questions rather than telling what needs to be done, because I'm still learning from all these different things that's going on. Key questions for presentation and present to those who are listening. including my colleagues. I think they also have raised similar questions. How should governments respond to the disruptions and uncertainty gripping higher education? How should governments restructure higher education to embrace the waves of changes necessitated by both the unfolding of 4.0 technologies and the COVID-19 pandemic? How should the role of science, technology, innovation infrastructure organizations be restructured to promote economic and social synergies to meet the challenges of digitalization 4.0? I'm more specific here than what my colleagues presented earlier. Are countries ready to accelerate increased role for digital technologies to harness the potential from virtual and augmented realities in higher education and its support systems? For me, it offers this potential to realize what Paulo Freire, when he first produced his 1970 book, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, he mentioned that if a human being is day in, day out only carries bricks in a wheelbarrow from one point to another and dumps it there, that human wouldn't not realize his or her creative self, which is necessary for the person to live as a human. Horses could do it, donkeys could do it. That's the point he made. But actually, IR 4.0 offers that potential if only one sees that potential. And that actually means that we can have these things return to humans so that the activities of humans, because robots themselves still need to be programmed. So they end up doing more of those thinking sort of things that are higher orders of achievements that to some extent, I'm not so much focused on self-esteem here, but on self-actualization of all individuals rather than just those guys seeking higher order of jobs in the way Maslow and Herzberg would have advanced. How should governments promote R&D activities that emphasize adaptive, which is incremental in the Schumpeterian sense, and radical, to absorb the transformation essential to usher in the digitalization of higher education? How far have governments gone to implement knowledge harness economic synergy from higher education? In light of the public good and public utility characteristics of knowledge, from the mad scramble by big pharma businesses to keep their discoveries and inventions private, how should governments manage the provision of intellectual property rights on such essential knowledge to reach the masses? I think that this sort of governance has still remained problematic. There must be a solution for it if we are really thinking, among other things, if we are really thinking about sustainable development towards a goal of having economic equality, ecological balance, balance in healthcare, that it reaches everyone, that sort of thing. Can global supranational organizations, that includes UNESCO, where we have Madam Won Jung-Byun, promote collaborations between countries, which is very critical. I mean, you can't possibly think about achieving that, especially when you understand the global common. Whatever happens in any part of the world will have a bearing, even though some countries have done everything that's good for themselves. But if another set of countries haven't done that, that's the global common that will have an impact on all countries. And that itself should drive for greater collaboration and the willingness, which is what the Paris Accord talked about in terms, or even the subsequent Marrakesh Protocol talked about in terms of developed countries, at least financing, subsidizing some of the environmental costs of to set up greener economies in the less developed countries, to ensure that the creation, allocation, and eventually appropriation of knowledge synergies become equal over time to support sustainable development. I'd like to thank you. I'd like to end there here. Back to the chair.
Ada soalan tak? Ada.
Saya dah tamat pembentang. I finished with my presentation now.
All right. Thank you very much, Dato'. Okay. Are you okay over there?
Pardon?
Are you okay over there?
Yeah, I'm okay. finish my presentation because I deliberately, as I mentioned to Nur, I wanted to have questions, so I didn't think that I should be speaking over the whole 1 hour.
Okay, all right. It is now 12:37 over here, and we have done with the presentation from Professor Dr. Raja, and I think this is a time that we can open for question and answer if there's any, especially for those on the Zoom platform. So I think I can just open for question and answer, and or if you have a question to be posted, you can just write down through the chat box there. And I can see 18 conversation there in the chat box. And can we just share what is it so that maybe Prof can?
I can just mention one point. I have a session, another Zoom session at 1 o'clock. So I hope we can deal with these questions if there are earlier.
Or maybe because what we can see on the screen is 18 chat, but those chats are from the earlier conversation in the morning, and maybe we have also a few more in the okay, I can see from Tan Sri Zul himself. He is asking about what is the role of humanities, and that is posted to you, Dato', if you can just entertain that question from Tan Sri.
Yeah, thank you, Tan Sri. Eventually, we say development is for humans. And therefore, I think there must be much more humanistic treatment of the concept of development rather than leaving it to the forces of economic growth alone. Because economic growth alone is not the basis and the in and everything about development. And we know that a simple focus just on economic growth can undermine many other aspects of development. Examples would be the US and the UK. This is the work of James Galbraith, have become more and more unequal. Not only that, the number of beds per patient in the US has fallen below that of Japan, Korea, and then China is closing up very near to overtaking that of the US. It's somewhat reflected in the nature of how the surge in COVID infections and the deaths exploded around the world. It had no correlation whatsoever with levels of development. I mean, levels of economic growth. If we use per capita on the one axis, and then if we use either COVID infections or COVID deaths, that's an indicator to show that too much of focus has been on just material economic growth. And therefore, it doesn't really show that much of engagement, the human aspects of what development should be. So I think, of course, the UN is talking about sustainable development goals, although the 17 they put there, they've included both the goals and the means of achieving them to arrive at 17 of them. But my own feeling is more needs to be done. More needs to be done, but how do we do that? Because you need collaboration between countries. And sometimes you have mad countries, just like Trump revoking the Paris Accord that was signed by Obama. And then, of course, Biden returning to that arrangement. So you don't have a supernatural body that actually seriously governs. Some countries are too powerful to observe anything, even the very rules that they themselves participated in shaping.
Okay, I can see.
Tan Sri raised the question of immeasurable, but the intangible elements of development needs. I take that point, but I mean, how many of them have actually seriously addressed that? There's an attempt to have the gross happiness index, but to me, it's still somewhat of a vague concept. Not that I feel it has no role to play. It needs to be more. It needs to be fleshed out in a much more useful way. One has to take this point that when Simon Kuznets and Richard Stern came up with national accounts to produce GDP, they never had in mind that it was capturing development and well-being. They never. It was meant for planning, and therefore they excluded households and so on. Sometimes we tend to generalize too much from what those objectives were. Why should governments get involved on issues related to households? But it is good to have what subsequently was entrusted by the UN for Amartya Sen and Joseph Stiglitz to go and refine further the gross happiness index that led to different measures of poverty, the multi-dimensional poverty index and so on. But I think they need to go further. I think from the little that I heard from you, the immeasurables, the intangibles, there needs to be more things to give the human feeling to the processes of development than what is currently there in the multidimensional poverty index and so on and so forth. I'm sure we have country representatives here, and I believe you are probably playing a role, Tan Sri, though.
Okay.
Let me be. I did. As I mentioned to you, I was expecting, because that's what I do. I don't end up exhausting my presentations so as to prevent the potential for having questions, because it's also good to pitch in a way where participants will be guiding me to their own interests. But apart from Tan Sri's role, since we don't really have that many questions, I'd like to make this point about. Okay, there's someone, Amir.
Yes.
When we have collaborations, it will lead to alliances, but from this will also leave out the others who are not in there. Yes, of course, these things happen. A lot of these supranational organizational moves tend to embody more the voice of the powerful. Just like in a society, in the economy, the rich, the haves tend to, it's a bit like how COVID has impacted our economy. The informal economy, the small guys and so on are the ones suffering most, even though the potential for appropriating profits for the rich too has fallen. And therefore, you find what we refer to as the golongan marhain in Malaysia are suffering much more, and they are less. Their voice is less there in shaping the policies that we have now. Even though policymakers are saying that it's meant to help them. An example will be I myself often come out in the press. I mentioned that when you have a huge cyclical downswing, you need to consider Keynesian policies to handle all these cyclical downturns, which we don't see very much. So I feel that banks should not be making too much money. At the moment, banks are still enjoying abnormal profits, and some are calling for the taxation. But why should that happen? I think the most the government should do now is to zero rate profits. In other words, they are enough to pay for the overheads, including salaries and so on of the bankers, but the rest increase the period and support for the poor, especially the informal economy, because you don't want to see them die. The accumulation, the cumulative debts now is alarmingly high now, and it's continuing to surge. So my feeling, these are elements that again reflect not so much of an egalitarian society where the focus is really on seeing that these things don't happen. And we are seeing our own brethren, our own community mates and so on suffering. I've seen this, and I don't blame some of them are forced to go and sell by the bahu jalan, the road shoulders, because they have no other way of supporting themselves. They are living by the day. These are issues not addressed. It also tells you that humanity is not observed the way it should be done in policy making.
Prof, I can see there's, I think, quite an interesting question that is from Ansara KBPC. Can you see that question? I mean,
I see a question. Shouldn't the bank share the profits during these trying times? Is that the one?
No, this
Siti Fatimah Putri.
I read the question to you.
Okay.
Bridging research into commercialization may come, as seen in Korea, Taiwan, and etc., with unequal opportunities for certain research fields, such as those of basic sciences and fundamental topics. So what is your opinion on this one, on this particular situation or issue?
My impressions of that, since my main area of work is really on science, technology, and innovation. Now, I think that the research, which we call as basic research in time one, becomes applied research in time two. Now, that sort of research seems, I think the impressions people have that there's a lot more focus there on applied research is not robustly supported with evidence. They do have extensive amount of basic research, except that a lot of the grants that are given for scaling up, if they are going to use, say, incubators in science parks, the E3 labs in Taiwan, for example, that of course is tied to work that is commercializable. But in fact, it was the E3 labs that raised the standards of universities as well as the firms in Taiwan. This is different from Korea because the nature of table structure, they internalize most of those activities among themselves. And there is also a focus. Let me also mention that it is not overly targeted, as I myself imagine, until I worked on different things there in Taiwan. I mean, I've been on the ground. If you look at food security in Taiwan, rice is 91%. It's actually more than 90% for rice. How did they manage that? 91% in a very sulfurous country. Less arable land than in Malaysia. We have less than 70%. We had the highest at 87% in 1975 when Tun Razak was still our prime minister. Now, at that time, we didn't, even in the absence of strong basic research, because our double cropping came from genes that were imported from International Rice Research Institute from Manila. And of course, the double cropping also required, there was a heavy mechanization and so on. So at that time, we weren't supported extensively by basic research, even by our agricultural universities or MARDI, but we were largely adapting technologies. And now we tended to go, but my problem here is that we don't have that review system to effect it. That review system would mean, actually Malaysia should favor, when it comes to food manufacturing, it should favor intensive farming over extensive farming, not, because that's the sort of farming that Taiwan, Israel, countries like that are managed, because a lot of these guys who produce food, they are not guys who are dealing with plantation agriculture. And that would have brought about the sort of yields that we would require. In fact, we have had a trend fall against even Indonesia and so on, so much so that from 1989, if you check the data, the food trade bill, we have been facing a trend deficit. Although our surplus overall for current account is the highest in the last 6 years or so, which our MITI Minister YB Azmin announced, and I believe so. I have no problems with accepting that fact. But when you disentangle, unbundle, and go and look at food, there's a trend fall. I mean, even chilies in 1980, for example, a lot of chili producers here were supplying Maggi, for example, but most of it is imported now. Something like 65% is imported from abroad. In fact, it's 75%, 25% comes from the domestic economy. That sort of dependence we have on food. So my feeling is that sort of review is necessary rather than just going to see whether those countries do basic research or not. I think they are doing. It's just that depending on the type of grant that is given, where the grant requires a tie-up, a matching grant with tertiary reps, that's really a
okay, all right. Thank you, Prof. Can we just entertain one last question, which I think is quite crucial? The question is there as well in the chat box. I think this is coming from this is coming from our very own lecturer in CFS, Dr. Siti Fatimah Putri Jemain. I think Dr. Siti Fatimah.
Shouldn't the bank share the profits?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to answer that. Yes. My own sharing profits, it's fine. That's a good idea, but I think it should be one where moratorium should be extended, the subsidies should be expanded, so that it's enough for banks at this time, at a sort of difficult time, because banks are created or supported by government because of the developmental role they play. It's not just about them making money. And that role becomes even more important when you have a serious crisis, when people are dying or suffering or impoverished to the point of starving. Now, that would mean that they should ensure that the kind of profits they make is just enough to pay for overheads, not to have abnormal profits. And that actually, when you translate into accounting terms, can take the point you're making, Dr. Siti Fatimah. It's that is, they share the profits. Instead of now, you see suddenly they're making windfall profits. People are calling for them to introduce windfall taxes, but we then won't know where the taxes go, whether it's going back to the masses. I think that should be the case now, because they are the ones who are impoverished. In fact, now we have not just the B40 suffering, but a lot of M40 people are also have fallen to B40.
Okay, all right. So, Prof, I think we have exceeded the time. That is 12:40, and this is the time for us to stop for our lunch break. But we thank you once again for a very, I would say, extensive presentation. And seems that towards the end, we actually receive quite a number of questions. But later on, this question will be posted to you via email by the Secretariat. Yeah, and we'll see later if you can just respond to it through the email. Yeah. So
thank you very much. I'm always therefore happy to continue to listen to Tan Sri Zul from those days.
All right. So we too thank you, and hoping to get to work with you in the future, inshallah. Yeah, and thank you everyone as well for participating. We will stop right here for lunch break in Malaysia until 2:30 p.m. local time, and hoping to meet you online again after the break, and see you. Stay safe.
Thank you again. I have to now go to my next session. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you to you too.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pensyarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond. And I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this, when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022, and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like. In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months, using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the worlds, for all
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hingga hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah iaitu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like. In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا تناجيتم فلا تتناجوا بالإثم والعدوان ومعصية الرسول
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pensyarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah satu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like. In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishment.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world for mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pensyarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah iaitu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for all mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is 2:30 p.m. here in Malaysia, and it is still early in the morning for our friends back there in other part of the world. And we understand if you need to rest, but do not feel left behind, yeah, because you may take your break, you may take a good rest, and you can follow us through our YouTube channel, that is IIUM official YouTube, yeah. And the only setback is that you can't post your question right away to the speaker, all right? But whatever it is, just stay tuned, and we shall now listen to the talk from Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, the president of IIUM, once again, but this time on a topic entitled Knowledge Management, New Perspective and Bandwidth. Okay, but before I pass the platform to Datuk Daud, let me just read his brief CV. Yeah? So, yang berbahagia, Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar has been appointed as the 8th President of the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, effective from 1st July 2019 until 20th June 2022. He is also founder and executive chairman of Amani Group. One of its flagship companies, namely Amani Advisors, is operating in few cities globally. Dr. Daud is a Sharia board member of various global financial institutions, including the Morgan Stanley in Dubai, Sadco Capital, Saudi and Luxembourg, and Dow Jones Islamic Market Index, New York, amongst many others. Yeah. In the corporate world, he is a member of the PNB Investment Committee. He's also the 3rd chair professor in Islamic Banking and Finance of Yayasan Tun Ismail Muhammad Ali Berdaftar, YTI, PNB at Faculty of Economics and Muamalat, University Science Islam Malaysia, USIM. In addition to all that, he is also the co-founder of Experts Analytics Center Sendirian Berhad and My FINB. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I pass the platform over to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, the President of IIUM. Over to you, Datuk.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa bihi nasta'in. Respected Madam Moderator Shahrizad, distinguished speakers and distinguished audience, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good afternoon here in Malaysia, and perhaps good morning in other part of the world, in the Western hemisphere of the planet. It gives me great pleasure again to come back on this stage to speak about a topic which is close and dear to my heart, which is relating to knowledge management in order to create new perspective, if we could create one, and as well as new bandwidth, because the old bandwidth that we have had in the past might not be relevant anymore in the current time, given the new variable that we have seen, we have faced, and we're going to see, we're going to face in the near and far future. This is important because the knowledge is very much dynamic in character. What more, the knowledge transformation and the knowledge delivery channel and the knowledge impact measurement are equally dynamic in character. And this is not something unthinkable, because the human and the demand and supply in the market are also changing in sync with the development of the other vertical of life. On that score, I would like to argue at the same time that we need to create a new perspective of knowledge management, and hopefully we can also create a new bandwidth to have a new frequency kind of communication among the stakeholders, perhaps the ministry on one hand, those who govern the standard, the licensing and the standard of the education, and the university management, and that cover both academician and the admin staff, and the student and the stakeholders, the community at large. This is the whole idea that I'm trying my level best to impress on all of you. Though I have some constraint because I need to rush to the Prime Minister office at 4, so I need to stop my presentation at 3 and perhaps to give a bit of time for distinguished and learned audience to interact for about 15 minutes or so. Shahrizad, just take note on the time management on that score. So what are we having at the moment compared to 5-10 years or perhaps before that? Basically, the knowledge, and not to mention the data that we have in the last few years, 2 to 5 years, has been very much abandoned. The scarcity of knowledge, the scarcity of data is no longer the issue. In fact, we are facing the new problem, good problem though, over information, over supply of the resources, of data, insights, definition, all sort of material that can lead to dictating a kind of knowledge in the mind of our young people, those who are in the university, as well as those who are not in the official fraternity of higher learning institution. The challenge is basically to be a bit smarter, because it's no longer the job of the lecturers when it comes to knowledge management to give them everything what we used to give, what we used to do in the past how many years, because the knowledge is already available quite easily using the modern technology. And the first thing is to reorganize the quality and the intensity of the knowledge so that the lecturers teaching in the classroom will be able to focus on something which the student might need them most rather than the whole thing about knowledge. So this is the maratibul ilm in Arabic term. So we have to classify the hierarchy of knowledge that suit the lecturers, the student, as well as the ecosystem of learning, higher learning institution. So again, the point, the takeaway point from this point is that you need to curate and classify and reorganize the source of knowledge and the level of knowledge so that we don't waste the time unnecessarily. Wastage of time and credit hours and contact hours is something we need to focus a bit, because otherwise we're going to redo and repeat doing the same thing over and over, though the variable have changed. Some of the items, some of the topics, and some of the essential information are not to be lectured anymore in the classroom. So by just referring the student to that or this link or that source of information. So we need to take care of something which is uncontrollable by the student. Perhaps they need our help on something which is more challenging in terms of mindset, the thinking process, the formula, to chart how to think and to train them to think, and perhaps to think together with them to be able to think further and clearer. And this is something that I'm saying about the maratib al-ilmi, the degree and the hierarchy of knowledge. Not everything must be lectured anymore in the classroom as we move forward. On top of that, we have an abundance of knowledge. This is another challenge. That's why without indexing it, curating it, collating it, classifying it, we are going to struggle a lot when it comes to the knowledge management. Then we have the coming of the technology. And the technology, I mean, for me, it's a great gift from the humanity to humanity, because technology can take care a lot of issues which humans are not supposed to do at the end of the day. Humans are being created to do something which is very noble, very of high standard on the high ground, rather than doing something at the back end. Something like key in the data, doing something which is very much routine in character, that the machine, the robot, and the smart algorithm can fill the gap, if you like, in terms of administration of the student of the university, in terms of giving some of the argument and discussion using the chatbot and whatnot, which can be repeated over and over by the system, rather than the lecturer themselves to face the student and to be able to say everything and every time, which I don't think we can do that because it's quite impossible to be able to be connected 24/7 with the student, but the technology can do that. And also the assessment, the way we assess the student can be outsourced to the system to take care of some of the either tangible or intangible assessment. And also the profiling of the student from day one they come to the university. We can leave that to a system which can do a better job than human. Human is a thinking personality. We can think for the student, but the back end, the profiling, asking the right question and try to understand who our students are in the classroom. This is something the machine can do better. And that's why technology, for me, can take 50% of the current workload of our admin staff, of our management and our lecturers, if we know how to use the technology properly. And this is something I'm doing that in my own world, in finance, in the NGO, in the social finance, in bigger policy of the government, like management of the flood, management of labor camp, management of refugees, management of viruses and hospital and nurses moving around. So we need to rely on technology to make it faster, smarter, and quicker at the end of the day. So we cannot put that aside. We need to assign the lecturers and those who are capable intellectually to give what they are good at, and to take away from them something they are not supposed to do initially, because this can be done by some other people or by some other system that can take care of the back end kind of works and expectation or desired expectation. Then we come to the new bandwidth. The bandwidth, we are talking about putting the right mechanism of communication. I'm sure, I wish I'm wrong, the level of communication between the lecturers and the student is one of the lowest, contact hours in the entire 4 years of their study, because we cannot afford to be able to communicate with them. We have limited hours, and in fact, we have the called visit hours or consultation hours. Students normally they don't come, not because they don't want to, but this is not the time to come and physically see the lecturers. Things have changed, basically. So we need to create a new bandwidth to create informal communication. In fact, if they don't communicate, we can catch them and we can single out who are not very active in communication. And this is something, the new bandwidth. In education, in all type of education, either in the East or in the West, continuous and healthy, insightful, inspiring communication is the key for everything. Education and knowledge is about communication. That's why Prophet was sent to communicate. It cannot be just to send the book down. This is the book, take it and leave it to the people. No, this is not the right way of teaching and knowledge transformation. A communication or communication strategy is a must. And where are we in terms of the new bandwidth in communication? We are still living in the past, I would say. I would say that, and I wish I'm wrong on that argument. The impact measurement, day in, day out, year in, year out, we have not been able to do the impact measurement on knowledge, management in terms of cost outline, how up to date our cost outline, delivery channel, how effective the communication between the lecturers and the student, and not to mention how effective the set of questions being asked in the examination and the quality of assessment and marking. So, I mean, I can go on and go on to impress on everyone. When it comes to knowledge management, it's all about doing everything seriously. You cannot take it for granted. We need to put your hands at heart to know what is actually happening on the ground. And this is for you to be able to know the impact of everything that we do or plan to do on the ground. I'm saying this because I used to be a lecturer myself, and in the past, I'm not that exposed to the new things of doing things properly. When it comes to the corporate world, 1 minute, 1 hour, $1 counts. And this is something that we need to measure the impact of our policy, our budget for that matter, our square meter of the university, and everything we do must be accounted for. And this is very much part of the governance in managing the university and the knowledge. The selection, this is important, the selection of the grouping of the first class student, second class student, and what have you, and not to mention the selection of the performing staff among us in terms of promotion. This is something requires a new bandwidth as well, because the assessment and the selection and the assessment change with the change of the variable. I'm not saying that we have to change almost entirely, but I'm sure the new, reality check that we have would demand and warrant for us to redefine the meaning of selection and promotion and whatever performance among the student as well as among the university fraternity and community. And the last two vertical are very essential, which I think we have not done that much within our community of knowledge, and learning and teaching community. Prediction and prescription. We don't predict what would happen if we were to do the same thing in the next 5 years. We are not being predictive enough in putting the cost outline, in seeing through what will be the impacts of doing the same thing over and over in terms of teaching delivery, the cost outline design and the structuring, the quality of the teaching, the quality of research, the quality of student intake, and the quality of upbringing them all the way for the next 3 to 4 years and what have you. So prediction is something which is missing in the past, and we hope everyone should be able to go through, and this is the final destination, and we don't predict. They just need to follow through the processes, and whatever the destination would be is their problem, not our problem. This is not right. Knowledge is always looking into every and each and every personal profiling and performance at the end of the day. And the last one under the new bandwidth is prescription. The moment we can predict what will happen or what will not happen, we can prescribe the right solution, the right formula, the right approaches, the right mindset to address and to catch the potential problem, or perhaps to avoid from having to face that problem in the future. Unemployment, the quality of graduates, the quality of student personality to express their views and to be able to build the nation and to be able to create new theories to become the creator of job. And this is there are many other things. In the big data world, we have to put 1,001 question for you to really digest the need to predict and to prescribe so that we become real on the ground. Knowledge is about being real. Knowledge is about being real and not being good in our speeches, in our narration, but we are not real on the ground. So we need to be mindful of that. That's why the predictive and prescriptive feature of new bandwidth are very, very essential. I cannot underscore enough on these two vertical. And toward the end of my speech, I would like to appeal to everyone and to start looking into what will be the new modeling for our knowledge management. Everyone wish, if you have your own children, right? When you send them to school, to the college or to the university, you would wish intuitively that your son and your daughter will be taken care, if possible, by a lecturer, by a few lecturers, by the university that suit the profiling of your son and daughter. If your son and daughter is a fast learner or slow learner or having some problem of social communication or extra hyperactive or very good in expressing himself or herself, or perhaps very shy and not that bold enough. So you want someone to deal with him or her on a personal basis. This is your dream. In fact, you are sending your student, your son to become student because you want the university to be able to upgrade and elevate the level of your son and daughters. And this is our wish, but it didn't happen for many, many years. When we come to the university, it's very much a mass kind of gathering and mass lecture, mass seminar, and not because we don't want to do that, but because we are not able to do that. I'm not saying that we purposely ignore that. We are aware of that. If you ask any educationist, in fact, in Islamic teaching, the murabbi, the educator, must be able to deal with his, if you like, with his murid or with his student on individual basis, knowing his problem, knowing his dream, knowing his capabilities, or knowing his weaknesses and point of deficiencies and what have you. This is the whole meaning of Islamic teaching, but we can't do that. We can't afford to do that. In the old time, we have small circle, one lecturer to 5 students. The ratio is very, very low. We can afford to do that, the budget constraint and whatnot. We compromise because due to the budget, not because we don't want to do that. And surely you have read all the education report in the past how many years, centuries and decades. This is the ideal way of doing things. We can't do that. But nowadays, this can be overcome quite easily by having the big data and AI. The big data AI can do the personalized solution quite effectively, which I mentioned this morning. You can have your personalized solution for your entertainment. You can open the Netflix anytime. There's no need for you to follow the schedule time. You can do your shopping anytime, 24/7. You can have your own friend. You can reject. You can block. You can do whatever. So it becomes very much personalized, in almost every field of life. When it comes to education, we are not there yet, not even close. So this is something, I'm not taking the negative part of it. I'm taking the positive part of it, because 100 students that we have, 1,000 students that we have, or 10,000, 20,000, each of them would require a special prescriptive, treatment for them to become a better performer. They are a great performer. They are good performer. They become greater performer. This is the job of the university, and this is ideally why people are coming to university to be upgraded individually, not collectively, which didn't work that well. And that was perhaps the reason why we have failed in some of the university tremendously in the past, because we can't afford to be so personal and so specific to one or two or a group of students, which needs proper attention to go higher a bit or to speed up and to catch up with the other average performing student. So perhaps from that perspective, if we can have a new mindset to personalize this educational solution for our student, I think that will be a new revolution. It's not the revolution that changed the government, that changed the constitution, a new revolution that changed the quality of the student from day one, because they would be very much under the GPS of the mobile phone of everyone, the president, the rector, the deputy rector, the dean, because we can have the profiling of 10,000 students in our server cloud, be it or the physical one, so we can see the performance attendance wise, how many questions they ask every single week, who are their friends, what kind of book they have read, what have been their communication in social media, in the groups, in the WhatsApp group, what kind of activities they have gone through, what kind of level of questioning from first year to second year to fourth year, what kind of CV they have been writing and be rewriting to market themselves, and many other 1,001 again questions to see the profiling of the students, so that we can divert them or perhaps direct them better to the field that they are good at, and to help them to improve for any shortcoming. I hope with this personalized solution for education and knowledge management, we can help them on personal development, on their own timing. They cannot be as flexible as others, so we can have flexible time for them, and they can be part of the system. Some of them need to work part-time to sponsor their family, so the system should be able to cater for them. One solution that fits all is over by now. If we have liberalized the personal solution in all other fields of life, why can't we do it in education? Unless we have a fundamental and structural problem, then I'm more than willing to listen from all of you. I don't think so. Personal solution is the way forward for everyone, and that will trickle down all the way to the dosage they require. Some of them are very good. There's no need for them to attend 14 weeks of classroom. They can take everything within 8 weeks, and they can do something else. They can be given more article review, book review. They can be engaged in research, because they are not, as every student. They are very, very excellent with the proper coaching that they can take, some other courses. In fact, the 3 years program, 4 years program might not be relevant anymore. Everyone can finish off within his own speed and velocity of time. So this is the whole meaning of personalized solution. Everyone has their own, roadmap, if you like, blueprint to graduate successfully and satisfactorily. I think with that, Madam Shahrizad, I would like to end my presentation. I wish I can go further, but I have to go for another urgent and last-minute appointment at the Prime Minister office. I would like to conclude by saying that this is not an utopian call. This is a dreamable call. I would like to put a motion to everyone to consider seriously to better manage our knowledge in a more smarter, quicker, and most impactful way in the near and far future. Thank you for this opportunity, for having me to speak to all of you in this great webinar session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dato'. We appreciate it. We appreciate your time, even though you have something else. We know that is how hectic your life is, yeah. But anyway, my take here in what you have mentioned, the first thing first is the bandwidth itself. Bandwidth is, when we talk about bandwidth, it's as far as I'm concerned, it always relates to something to do with electrical, something to do with technology, whatever it is. It is used to transmit things or to transmit yes, a range of frequency or whatnot. But in this context, we are talking about bandwidth. That is the energy. There is the energy to actually transmit the knowledge or transfer the knowledge to the future generation. And my take in from what you have mentioned, Datuk, I like it very much when you mentioned about assigning a right person to the right job. But with that also, we need to make sure that that particular person or that particular student or whoever has the knowledge that has been transferred earlier on, by the right people or the right guru as well. Yeah, and you talk about communication mechanism, you talk about impact measurement in the knowledge itself, and of course the reality check, what is happening nowadays. I think this is a crucial issue that maybe I believe that if you are given more time, we can have a very everyone would like to listen to you more actually. And inshallah we are going to have another session maybe from the organizer, okay, just to discuss on this one. All right, but do we have any question at the moment? We still have the participant is around 400. So the participant is still here with us, despite as we mentioned, the okay, as mentioned by the secretariat, that we have question from the okay, that's one question, Datuk.
Yes.
From YouTube. From chat. Okay, from the chat box. Okay, there you go. This is from Prof. Amir. In designing curriculum, we usually design for normal students. However, to achieve flexible learning, we also need to design a curriculum for students who need more attention, slow learner, or less attention, fast learner. So maybe we can only entertain this question before we let you go, Datuk.
Okay.
Yes.
I think the curriculum is both art and science. It will be very much unfortunate if we look into our curriculum as something carved into stone, which might be the case on the ground. The syllabus and the curriculum should be the governing or the guiding parameter to guide the student and to guide the lecturers and also the examination assessment at the end of the day. But in developing the assessment at the end of the day, it should be designed towards the learning outcome that we would like to have at the end of the day. And given the current technology and all the apps available to do the curation, to create the knowledge and to classify the knowledge and to focus on some aspect of the knowledge, the curriculum and the design should be very much adjustable and should be very much personalized in character. And this requires, Shahrizad, a lot of courage. Either we wanted to do it, we didn't do it at all. I think the latter has been the practice. We wanted to do, but not so sure, not sure, courageous enough, whether this will work, that will not work, better not do at all. So this has been the attitude, which is quite, frustrating. Perhaps we should start with a pilot basis, 1 or 2 years, see, a cohort of students taking the same course and the same program without putting them in different groups. 1 or 2 sections of the same class for the same year can go through this process of profiling, and then the lecturers will be able to be trained to do the profiling way of teaching by looking more into the eyes of the student who needs help, by giving more assignment to him and to them, by putting the right question to them compared to the first group, which is very much advanced, the whole thing, because the moment you are personalized, you are governed by the action plan in your laptop. Do this, do that, don't do this. And this is something that you have no time to think about it, but the system can do that for you. We have done a lot of this app, in managing the disabled person, OKU in Malaysia. So we have developed a very high level data-driven communication. When we talk to them, different categories of disabled person, we know how to talk to them in their own narrative that suit the particular weakness or defect, if you like. So this is something, and we cut a lot of time in talking to them, in managing them. The same go to our young people in the classroom, and when it comes to research, when it comes to our own lecturers, we know how to profile them. We know that these lecturers are not performing, they have not been writing, they have not been researching, but we cannot blame them. We need to upgrade them, we need to upskill them, we need to give them a new profile, and we know what would make them a better lecturer, a better researcher, a better writer moving forward. But one solution fits all that we have at the moment, if I can put it bluntly, does not work. It didn't work, and will not work moving forward. So this is something I'm putting on the table, because we have seen now how people are happy when they have the personalized solution. At any point in time, they can do whatever they want, of course within the Sharia parameter, but the flexibility is given to them that suit their strength. If they are slow learner, they know how to move on. If they are, in the West, if they are good, they can do their PhD at the age of 18 years old, 19 years old. I'm not saying that everyone can do that, but at least in Malaysia, everyone must go 4 years program or 3 years program, which is quite uncalled for. We need to personalize from the selection process, from the assessment process, all the way to accreditation. The same go to the course online. We need to agree on the template of it, but in doing that, in doing the teaching and learning and assessment, we need to be flexible enough. After having the, if I'm given the assignment to do the profiling, I know how to basically, when it comes to the course online, the same course online, we can divide it into few clusters to suit the different cluster in the same classroom. And by doing that, we are more efficient in teaching and learning, having the same time for ourselves, the contact hour for the lecturers and the contact hour for the student. And this is something that can be done, though in the same classroom, and by giving the right dosage for those who need the right dosage, not overdose, not underdose at the end of the day. So overdose and underdose have been our problem in many developing countries and many third world countries, and also in the Western countries, the developed countries, because they're trying their best to make everything smarter. Water treatment should be smarter, no leakage. Electricity, no leakage. We on and off as we need. A smart controller of the meter, and even for the water, it will stop after a few seconds or milliseconds for that matter. So everything has been developed to reduce the overdose and underdose in the society.
All right, thank you, Dato'. In conclusion, I would say that the perspective must be changed using a different bandwidth now. Yeah, in order to get everything done, to get everything on track. Yeah, well, I think we can just stop here, just to let you to entertain, or just to let you to go to your other meeting. And from us all here, stay safe, Dato'. Inshallah, we'll meet again. As I mentioned, maybe we can have another session to discuss further on this one. And at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, we have now on the platform Prof. Catherine Odora Hoppers from Uganda. But before that, let us thank Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar for his time and his willingness to share with us on the in this webinar. Thank you very much, Datuk. See you, inshallah.
Thank you. My pleasure. All the best to everyone. Thank you.
And we have now online all the way from Uganda, Professor Catherine Odora Hopes. I hope I pronounce it right, Professor Catherine is a professor extraordinarius from the University of South Africa, founder and director of Global Institute of Applied Governance in governance, in science, knowledge system and innovations in Uganda. And Prof, you are online directly from Uganda, and it is 10:30 a.m. in the morning, right?
Yes.
Okay, we believe that you have had your breakfast by now, Prof.
Yes.
Okay, so Prof O'Hara will talk on future leadership, what is required for higher learning institution leaders of the future. So, but before that, Prof, let me just share with everyone online. Okay, at the moment we have online, we have with us, on the Zoom platform, more than 100 people, and also more than 100 people, and also from the YouTube channel, some other hundreds, 200-300. So, well, the crowd is quite good, and of course, I would like to share with everyone your brief CV, Prof. Okay, Prof. Catherine Odora Hopes, born in Uganda, but we do not know when was it. If you can just share with us.
In 1957.
Oh, because you look young, by the way. Okay, so Prof. Catherine Odora Hopes, a professor extraordinarius from the University of South Africa, UNISA, Gulu University, Uganda, first studied in her home country and in Zambia before becoming a Swedish citizen and completing her doctorate in social sciences at Stockholm University. Currently serving as founder and director, Global Institute for Applied Governance in Science, Knowledge Systems and Innovation. She is also a scholar and policy specialist on international development, education, North-South questions, disarmament, peace and human security. She is a UNESCO expert in basic education, lifelong learning and on science and society, an expert to the World Economic Forum on benefit sharing and value addition protocols, and the World Intellectual Property Organization on traditional knowledge and community intellectual properties rights. So that is our Professor Catherine Odora Hopes. Prof, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to share my screen, please. Okay. Can you see it?
Okay, yes, we can see it very clear. But just turn it to a slide presentation, please, Prof. It's still on PPT. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'm so proud to join you, really, and I'm especially proud to be invited by my brother Zul. You know, we are warriors, really, we are ethical warriors. So this presentation is focused on raising ethical warriors who are well versed in the contours of a problem. In this case, the contours of the problems of the universities affecting us, and from there, of our societies. So let me just, Part one is our context. As a people, we know that no community is complete without the other. no society is complete in itself. The other opens us, enlarges us. Without the otherness of the other, the self is incomplete and even vulnerable. But what is true of society is also true of knowledge. No knowledge is complete in itself. No knowledge is complete without the dreams of the other. Hospitality, reciprocity, generosity, plurality. Without these, no commons of knowledge is possible. And yet, we all know that the prevailing and dominating worldviews that surround us today and which we are all compelled to respond to is one that is narrow in its vision, exclusive and detached in relating to the total environment, analytical and deductive in its perception and thinking, linear in its doing, hierarchical and competitive in its management of the field of activity. The painful fact is that the era of the empire, weak and strong at the same time, declared us, people of the South and Africa in particular, to have nothing. Its knowledge systems were irrelevant. We were unsuited for the modern world. The imperial twisted parochial mythologies taught us in Africa that a handful of countries in Europe dominated all thoughts and action and naturally set the pattern for the world. They mangled Darwin's theories of evolution into a populist, racist, political narrative of progress and race. And they used it to justify their untold violence on Africa and the third world, saying all the while that it was a manifestation of scientific destiny. So they intentionally hated everything, from table manners and dress codes to economic methods, political philosophy, governmental administration, to notions of civilization, truth, and destiny. Thanks to the pen of Herbert Spencer's Survival of the Fittest in 1864. Suddenly, public debate in Europe was full of scientific truisms that were neither scientific nor true. We had social Darwinism, which helped to shape more empire methodologies than any other, from Europe to the US and Canada. The combined narratives ruled Africa and some parts of the global South up to now. Europeans insisted that their principles in particular were universal. And in the words of Ransom Soul, the details of universality as mediocrity is always fascinating. Think of them as the lingering crumbs of massive international forces. But they make sense because behind them lie the national imperial schools of philosophy, which are still anchored around the world, in which this truth is still being taught by their our universities, with minor amendments up to now. Their narrative of history, cuisine, of civilization, of fashion, spread wide during the violence of colonialism, all apparently universal. Educational curricula were filled with these absurdities. They then went on to mount attacks on indigenous cultures and peoples and demean them by banning their languages, cultures, rituals, and all things spiritual. Myriad laws, regulations, administrative structures were created and amended in order to install a legal infrastructure and punishment, both social and economic. Now, coming home in this century, at issue here is the university, i.e., what does it mean to have universities in Africa and the global South? What are the cultural stroke epistemic identities of universities, let us say, in Africa? What constitutes the ecology of a university in Africa and the global South? And how can this be reworked to respond to the human question in Africa and the global South? What is the moment of crisis? How can African universities give academic and scientific dignity to third world problems without duress? What are the conceptions of education that should underpin this exploration? When we talk about supporting community outreach, for example, the question arises as to how to determine the methods for reaching that goal. What should this new social contract consist of in the global South? Are the universities becoming more closely linked to societal needs, really? As we head towards the global, we are being compelled to be more competitive, as I said before, in the international knowledge economy. But we can all see there are serious flaws in that economy, flaws that have undermined and continue to undermine both the promotion of democracy, human rights, and any real possibilities for the adoption of that new social contract. What are the values that guide us in taking on community engagement really in the 21st century? And from that vantage point, it is prudent to recognize that actually the university itself, the university's communities are more closed loops of discourse than they can imagine. Generally speaking, it is the university itself that decides on the quality, usefulness, and the integrity of its own service, not the community. The university controls the discourse from start to finish. Goals, research methods, communities of practical application, right through to assessment. So, the seeds of change. I would like to take you to the Sachi Chair in Development Education that I headed in South Africa for 10 years. As we begin to fathom the depths of what has actually happened to us, we have to tackle the content of academic offerings in the case of teaching and learning, and paradigms of knowledge production in the case of research, and the quality of our graduates in case of under and postgraduate training seriously. The agenda for the transformation of the academic systems that demands attention is to the default drive of the academic system itself. Here, transformation is seen as distinct from reform or restructuring. It draws attention to the basic cultural structures within which our systems of thought have been constructed across all the disciplinary domains and goes beyond regulatory rules into what Richards has called the constitutive rule.
Prof. Catherine, Prof. Well, I think something is wrong with the internet on her side, maybe. Prof. Catherine. All right. So what do we do? Maybe I can see Tan Sri is there in Tan Sri.
Can somebody call her on the phone? Has she got a mobile?
Ada sesuatu tidak?
Ada connect, ada punya contact.
Kedua tu, line dia tak stable. I think her line is not stable because
Yeah,
she left, kan?
maybe her line.
She left, kan? Betul tak?
Yeah, she left.
Email dia, tak boleh email dia ke? Let me try and email her.
Yeah.
The secretary is trying to contact her as well.
So far, so good.
Alhamdulillah. No,
Maybe we can. Is she the last speaker today? No.
Yes, she is.
That's okay lah. To maknanya we don't delay the rest. We may.
No.
We may stay until slightly later.
Maybe you want to say something, Tansi?
I don't mind answering the question. Any question?
Online we have. Tengok online berapa? Online we have 106 now.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Check mana situ.
On YouTube?
On YouTube berapa je? 112. But in the morning tadi we have like more than 400 juga.
Yeah.
On both platform. 200. It's around 250 lah.
Alhamdulillah. Over.
We open for a discussion maybe from those in the Zoom platform because we can go live on the Zoom.
Yeah.
But unfortunately not for those on YouTube. Tapi you can just post your questions or maybe concern.
You can post question now pun tak apa, when she comes she can answer the question.
Any concern or ideas, whatnot. Boleh kita tengok who's. Can we just look at who's on the Zoom tak? Terus sikit ni.
Kita tu gallery view.
Don't left don't leave the platform. We just want to see who's on the on the or in the chat form. Okay, we have our. Okay. You can see I can see Prof Aziz Berhut there. And kita ada Prof Aziz Berhut. Cepat sikit. Prof Amir, we have Prof Amir. We have siapa tu ya? Ashkar Musinov. Prof Dawood, yeah, we have Prof Dawood with us as well. Siapa lagi tu? Prof Hafiz Prof Hafiz pun ada. Madam Fazidah pun ada. Madam Hafsah. We have Datuk Hamidun. We have our Datuk Hamidun. Is Datuk Hamidun there? Can you hear us, Datuk? Dia tak tengok, dia tak boleh nampak dia. Buat galeri sikit.
Ada, Alhamdulillah ada.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah, thank you very much.
We have anything to say?
Ya, daripada pagi tadi lagi ya.
Yes,
ada
yes.
kat transport unit ni, kat surau transport unit.
Oh, I see. Okay, alright. Okay, take care Datuk. And then kita ada from Unimap, yeah, Mr. Kia Cheng Yong from Unimap. Thank you for being with us.
Dapat. Apa dia kata? Memang. Dia tak ada line-line.
Dan lagi kita ada siapa lagi tak?
Dia ada 61 slides tu.
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
While waiting for Prof. Catherine, anyone wants to say something, you can just raise your hand or chat and we will get back to you. There you are. There you go. We have our Professor Meftah from engineering. From engineering.
Prof. Catherine tak reconnect. Boleh call dia.
Ini tengok siapa lagi ada. Ada? That is from who? Dr. Lihana. Tan Sri.
Yep.
There's a question from our very own Dr. Lihana, I believe, yeah. In the chat box. There have been many good ideas coming up here, but on the ground we are still seeing resistance to change or perhaps confusion. And if we are listening closely to the speakers today, the ones who are not in the webinar, the ones who are not in this webinar, they are the ones who are on ground zero. How do we bridge this gap?
Well, from my point of view, the university needs to take this on and cascade it down. I think this is our duty now. We have got this new information. So already we have got a session called Sembang Santai, where we actually engaging people on the ground. We need to do better. Catherine is here. We are all very worried, Catherine. Now you are back. So just to answer you, we will take it on ground. So please, is your line okay now? Unmute yourself.
Unmute. Prof, dia boleh unmute. Or we can help her to unmute.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go, Prof. Yes.
Okay. Please continue. We're all waiting.
Yes. Okay. I was saying that liberation needs.
You need to share your slide, Catherine. You need to share your slides.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Wait. Is it there now?
Yes, it is. Yes. Just change it to the slide.
Yes, asante sana. Asante sana.
Change it to the slide presentation, please, Prof. Okay, good. Yeah, you are on track now.
Thank you so much. Now, I was saying that liberation needs reflexivity to become emancipation. And emancipation is actually hard work, because emancipation is different from liberation. In liberation, a far distant enemy. In emancipation, you are locked with your enemy in a room. So you have to find out how you will live with your enemy in the same room. So emancipatory knowledges know that any form of knowledge can turn oppressive. They must seek to create epistemologies that prevents knowledge from being exploitative, extractive, or violent. In an attempt to confront the injustice and oppression, both in everyday sense and in terms of global regimes, we have to picture the democratization of democracy itself through cognitive justice, a new theory of non-violence. So I'd like to take you inside the Sachi experiment that I headed. The Sachi experiment was a strategically focused knowledge and human resource intervention into the South African higher education. Its mandate is to advance the frontiers of knowledge, create new research career pathways, and stimulate strategic research. Of course, fast-track leadership building through postgraduate training. It was funded by the South African Department of Science and Technology, administered by the National Research Foundation, and hosted by the University of South Africa, which has positioned itself as the African university shaping futures in the service of humanity. UNISA is a mega university. It is the biggest university in Africa and the biggest in the Southern Hemisphere. In South Africa, the focus is both on quantitative change, of course, but it goes further in altering the institutional form of the higher education sector. In other words, the architecture of the higher education system itself. So, as I said before, academic offerings and paradigms of knowledge production and the quality of the graduates was very much on my table. So, as I said before, I focus on the default drive of the academic system. So, I was put in charge of the Sachi chair in development education. So I asked the question, can development as we know it ever be educated? So I took development and its antecedent and the acute lessons drawn from it in the first 50 years or so is a pedagogic field, and human development is its goal. and articulated the codes and pathways to systemic transformation of the academy in this light. I think I sent to Brother Zul the manuscript of the book that came from this 10 years of experiment. So we asked the question, what kind of transformative actions must be brought to bear to enable both restorative action and sustainable human development to occur in Africa and elsewhere? How can key areas such as science, economics, education, and law be reconstituted in order to bring about a just and human-centered development on the continent and globally? So I made transdisciplinarity a core facet in leadership building. I offered robust expositions of the constitutive rules and norms that control current thinking and practice. My chair represented an epistemology of hope, hope that probes the future and thereby illuminates the possibilities of the present. I assembled 40 emeritus professors from all over the world, from disciplines such as quantum physics, law, economics, anthropology of science, sociology, and so on, all engaging with the transformation of the academy. Then I constituted circuits of elders, guiding the initiative and making sure that all African voices are heard without duress. Knowing that the first level of the revolution is not a revolution in technology, machinery, techniques, software, or speed, but a revolution in concepts and thus the way we think about issues. Emerging societies cannot make do with just mere components of a global information society. To remain human and livable, knowledge societies will have to be societies of shared knowledge, in which a solid S is attached at the end of the word knowledge itself. The plural here sanctions the need for accepted diversity. The emergence of new concepts and approaches to theorization, such as those outlined above, capture the lived realities and experiences of those long triage from the arena of citizenship. My objective was to turn billions of the world's population from simple-hearted victims of modernity and its arm wing colonialism to active participants in a moral and cognitive venture against oppression. So the pragmatic responses from the chair I headed. The need for ethical capacity building. questions about knowledge legitimation processes. The chair tackled the knowledge generation and legitimation processes and asked what kind of knowledge is being generated in our universities and scientific institutions. What type of research questions, tools, and regulations governing the legitimation and accreditation of scientific knowledge? In other words, we had to rethink key areas of knowledge production, such as law, economics, and science and education. I had to introduce a concept called transformation by enlargement. In other words, I didn't want to throw modernities over the wall, but I called for it to be enlarged to accommodate other knowledges which the traditional modernity had excised. So I introduced bicultural experts at the level of epistemology in the academy and introduced topics as innovations from below, not from the labs as such, but by common people. And I worked with the faculty of law in UNISA for almost 3 years until they transformed their curriculum from being anchored in the West on retributive justice. I introduced the basis of restorative justice is linked to Ubuntu in South Africa. Transformation by enlargement leading to restorative action links the African metaphysics to the paradigms of livelihood. So I went beyond post-colonial theorizations to transformative interventions in knowledge production, postgraduate training, and community engagement. I called for a new form of indigenization. That means this new form of indigenization differs from post-independence indigenization, which focus on the inclusion of Black people into the game or drama. But now, with the new indigenization, I laid the task to question the rules of the game, engaging the paradigmatic frames and the rules of systems. We need to explore deeper diversity and democracy, and of the potentials for true exchange, and what Gupta called the reciprocal valorization among knowledge systems. I drew attention to the ethical space. The ethical space in imperatives and dialogues on epistemological and cultural jurisdictions. That means that the ethical space is that tension-riddled enterprise of cultural border crossing the West had monopolized to dialogue, reciprocity, respect, courtesy, or valorization or recognition of the other. It is a space in which values, motivations, and assumptions are brought to bear, and at last, dialogue on the issues of plurality and diversity of knowledge, as well as dialogue around ownership, control, and benefits of those knowledge systems can be undertaken. I drew attention to the two key concepts of duress and humiliation. In Africa and most of the colonized world, duress and humiliation, particularly in research and policy work, leave alone life itself, are the single most important weapons of mass destruction. Humiliation is the enforced lowering of a person that damages their pride, honor, and dignity. It is defined as a nuclear bombs of emotion. I anchored my chair on cognitive justice. In rethinking knowledge systems, cognitive justice stands out. Cognitive justice is the right of all forms or traditions of knowledge to coexist in public without duress. As Samuel Jackson cautioned, that an injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. Justice will only exist where those not affected by the injustice are filled with the same amount of indignation as those affected by it. So, in conclusion, I draw your attention to the ethos of an ethical warrior. A warrior is not a soldier. A soldier is of command. A soldier obeys orders and regulations and is loyal to his superiors. But a warrior is not loyal to anyone. He or she is his own authority. She has total trust in his own understanding. A warrior is fearless. He moves into the unknown with courage, born from a sense of dignity and self-respect, maybe from a desire to explore the unknown. The ethos of the warrior is permeated with the irregular and sipped through by an orderly grace. A warrior is not for
Prof. Catherine, I think she is having problem again with her internet.
Yeah. By now we have enough questions.
Okay, maybe it is 4 o'clock already. I mean, 4 minutes to 4. Can we look at the chat? Oh yeah, we have question already, Tan Sri.
Yeah, I think I will continue with what Liana was saying. I think it's now in our court. It's up to us how to deal with this. If people from Africa can persuade us miles and miles away, persuade our own colleagues just next door. So the task is on us, and I think we will plan for this when we talk about the resolution tomorrow, inshallah. Unless there are any other ideas. Is Catherine back now?
No, Prof. Catherine is not here yet, but we have question from Dato' Hamidun there. Maybe Dato', you can just say out whatever you wanna ask or you wanna say. Tan Sri is here to maybe.
Maybe Prof. Hamidun will tell us what he's trying to say about transdisciplinary.
Asante Sana. I think that is like what? Well,
that's a greeting.
Yeah, greetings for you.
Asante Sana is thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
So my question, because Prof. Catherine was mentioning that in her group there are a lot of experts, and they are transdisciplinary is a very important term for them. So looking at this, when we look into our own readings and our own writings that has been done by different people, you can find that transdisciplinary is a very important aspect in the SDGs, because in trying to solve the problem faced by the community, you have different experts looking at different fields and so on. So in the end, it is called from different discipline. But when we look at the term transdisciplinary, it is distinct from interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. So just focusing on transdisciplinary, I was in their application, I was interested to know whether transdisciplinary here means a method of approaching the problem, a methodology, or is it a cognitive mode? The default mode of that cognition is that we will always look at things from different angles, from different disciplines. So these are the things. And when we read back into the writings of our ulama of all, like Al-Ghazali, that he's a philosopher, he's good mathematics, he is also good in usul, also he has knowledge in tafsir and in languages. And when we read his Usul al-Fiqh book, Al-Mustasfa, you can see that it's different in terms of his istintaj, or what he took out from a certain topic, a certain issue. So he feels that, you know, he's more 360 out of 360 degree, he would have dealt with it for 300 degrees. So that's why I'm interested to see whether in their practice over there in Africa, in South Africa, how is the transdisciplinary being applied? Thank you.
My take on this, Prof. Hamidun, is basically before the Renaissance, I think knowledge was one. And this is where we see in Andalusia, not only all of the scholars are polymath. They master more than one, sometimes more than 10, and they write books. You know, that's the tradition of knowledge then, before it is taken up by the Renaissance and split up into so many discipline, multidiscipline, and sub. At the end of the day, it's like what Edward de Bono say: we are digging a hole deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And the more deeper you get, you lose where you start off with. You get into a very dark alley, and you don't know where you start, and you can't even connect with people. I think this is what knowledge has done to us, and I think the integration of knowledge that we talked about here, I read it from that point of view. I read it that we scholars here must know at least 5 or 6 disciplines. We don't need to know them all, but we know how to enter those disciplines. If I were to talk to a religious people, I know where is the entrance. Where is the door that I can lead to it? I may not be able to master it, and perhaps may not, but I know where the entrance is and how do I go in? How do you connect? You know, and how do I come out? So we need to know this. So I mean, this is the whole idea when the ulama stays among themselves, and the umarat stays among themselves, and we can't even among themselves. The biologists and the chemists cannot talk. Catherine, we are taking over in a moment. Welcome back. We'll listen to you and we'll continue. Please.
Karibu.
Please
unmute yourself.
Karibu, Professor Catherine. Karibu.
You have inspired us by starting our seminar. Please go ahead.
The internet is playing tricks on me, isn't it?
Your slides, please. Your slides again.
No, I finished actually.
Oh, Alhamdulillah, that's good to know. All right, so Sharizat, back to you.
All right, okay. Yes, Prof. Catherine. So are you going to share your slides, or we can just open for question answer?
In fact, I've already shared my
Okay.
presentation.
All right. So this is now the time for us to just entertain the questions from our fellow participants. Yeah.
Yeah, but be clear. Yeah? Whenever I give my keynotes, and people raise up their hands immediately,
I see.
I don't answer because I want what I've said to be taken deep inside first.
Yes, yes.
Because if people are just eager to ask questions, it means that they have not thought about it.
Understand. Okay. Now that you have done with the presentation, and I think let us, go through the questions. But just now, while you were away, while you were disappearing, our Dato Hamidun was actually writing something on the chat box, and maybe we can listen to Prof. Catherine pula ke, Tan Sri and Dato'?
Yes, please.
Okay, so or you want to speak, or you want to speak directly to Prof. Catherine, Dato'?
No, it's okay. You can do the question.
Okay, Prof. That's the question. They highlighted the question there. Prof. Catherine, asante sana for your enlightening presentation. I hope I pronounce it correctly.
Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned about transdisciplinarity. Please enlighten us more in, is it a methodology, an approach, or a cognitive mode in your application? Please, Prof.
Yes. Our universities are modeled on the Western frame that isolates knowledge. I'm a lawyer. I'm an educationalist. I'm a musician. But in real terms, the person who is a musician longs for physics, for example. And transdisciplinary approaches try to encourage us to go beyond our traditional disciplines. Oh, I'm a sociologist. No, you embrace life itself, and life is not bound by the disciplines. So let us remember our humanity. And my brother Zul, let us think of this and enforce it without any doubt, because the problems which come from hanging on to these disciplines is destroying our societies. You see, so transdisciplinarity is an approach, at least, which encourages people to think beyond their disciplines, and in conversation with others, try to picture life in its holistic way.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Catherine, can I ask you a direct question, Sharizat?
Yes, please, Prof.
Yeah, we are very, I'm very taken up by your enthusiasm, your organization, and the things that you have done. I don't know how can we connect to you so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I think part of the Global South, we share a lot of problems, we share a lot of solutions together. how do you connect and push this, to the next level? Maybe we work on our side, you work on our side. I mean, we've been working together for a long time. Maybe it's something substantive that we can come with. Can you share what are the opportunities that we can, so that this can be a jump start? You don't have to wait for another 3 years, another seminar, and then and then nothing.
In fact, as we stand today, it is our time. It is our time to arise like the phoenix. It is our time now to head for a new vision. I think the West is tired, isn't it? But we don't have to wait for the West to follow something. But it is our time now to show that we are blessed, really, in all knowledges, in all directions. It is now our time to lead ourselves out of the state of humiliation to a state of innovation that can last for eternity. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Yes.
In fact, I had forgotten to answer his question about how practically we can do it. I think let us communicate directly so that we can fathom out an approach which can make our two initiatives blossom. Okay, I promise you that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Catherine. Tan Sri, there's another one question here to Prof. Catherine. Yeah? This is from Madam Pushparani Govindaraja again. The question is, how should we go about being emancipated when trust levels are so low? So, Prof. Catherine, yeah, please.
It is up to us how we will live. If you wake up and you tell yourself, I'm depressed today, sorry. I wonder what life will hold for me. I'm so depressed. The depression will follow you all day. But as a warrior, understanding the contours of the problem which surround you, you cannot afford to be depressed. You cannot. You get me? So it is up to each one of us to decide on which problem really oppresses us to the extent that we lose hope. But as a warrior, you have no time to be depressed. Thank you.
Okay, there's, I can see another question there from Ansara, is it? Yeah, from Ansara KPBC, Prof. It's in the chat box, you can see. Dear Prof, you share about a warrior should trust she or he the knowledge and not following commands of superior. However, in making big changes, such as institutional reform, we need a team and a hierarchy to fight the battle. Okay, there will definitely be differences in opinion, principle when we are in team. Yeah, how can I cannot see it.
Ameliorate.
I tak nampak langsung. Ameliorate, boleh buang biru tu. Ameliorate. Okay, yeah. How can I? There you go. How can I ameliorate these two concepts? The team and also the warrior concept that you mentioned just now. Yes, Prof.
You know, the hierarchies we build ourselves. We are free people, actually. We build hierarchies in society, but we are free people. Sometimes hierarchies contribute to terrible oppression. So it is up to each one of us. Maybe we should lead our society out of hierarchies also, or in and out of hierarchies to make the hierarchies more human-centered. Because if we say, you know, I'm afraid of leading because I'm enmeshed in these hierarchies, you know. You know, yes, you will be like that forever. But if you know that by living, you have to lead. You can tell anyone of your family or of your friends that this point in our hierarchies needs to change somehow, That is what an ethical warrior does, because an ethical warrior realizes his or her freedom first, and then goes around in a humble way to introduce change. You get me? So I don't know whether I've responded to her question or not, but 50%, whenever you go to a seminar and you ask a question, you already know 50% of the answers anyway. So let her find it out for herself. Thank you.
Prof, thank you very much. I think, all right, thank you very much, Prof. But I think we can maybe entertain one more question, even though that we can see quite a number of questions appears now. Where's the question from Dr. Siti Fatimah just now? There you go. So there's a question. I think I'll take up the question from Dr. Siti Fatimah Putri Jemain. Okay, the question is, Ubuntu, a political philosophy, encourages community equality, propagating the distribution of wealth. From your experience, Prof, is this possible to be implemented in this era?
Ubuntu.
Yeah.
Ubuntu means I am because you are. I am because you are. It means that I recognize myself because you are. You know, it is as basic as that. Other things follow afterwards. So Ubuntu must be the basis of societal relationships. Otherwise, if we take individuality, you know, I just what the West has done to introduce us to blanket sense of ourselves, which does not link up with anybody. We are only concerned about our consumption and so on. we don't think about others. So Ubuntu starts from a different premise altogether. But the unfortunate thing is that Ubuntu is being reintroduced in a world which is already adulterated by the West. So it is impossible to see how a society can remodel itself. But yeah, it is a very tragic world as we are seeing it in Africa. But with determination, I think we are on it. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Prof. I think that question marked the end of our webinar for day one today. And thank you again, Prof. Catherine, for your time with us, despite all the glitch and whatnot. Yeah. Well, we are apart, but still, we still can manage to communicate. We still can manage to discuss. Alhamdulillah. Well, inshallah, we will meet again tomorrow with more sessions and. Of course, speakers who will speak based on their experience. Yeah, we thank you once again, Prof. I hope I pronounce it clear. Asante sana.
Thank you.
And we hope to meet you again in the future program, if possible, in physical. And I think I will stop here for today. And I wish everyone a very good day. Take a good rest. Take care, everyone, and stay safe. See you tomorrow, inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Catherine, thank you very much. Take care. We'll see you later sometime.